special meeting next week, and then it'll be the July recess, and then we're going to be saddling up for the next fiscal year in August. So let's enjoy tonight's meeting, the last regular meeting of this fiscal year. We made it to the last regular meeting, everybody, and I'm so glad that everybody has really been safe and sound and throughout the pandemic. So we'll go ahead and call this meeting to order, and we'll go to our city clerk, Wendy Wood, for the roll call.
Councilmember Fan?
Present.
Councilmember Dominguez?
Present.
Councilmember Chua?
Here.
Vice Mayor Montano? Vice Mayor Montano?
Here.
Mayor Tran?
I'm here. Thank you very much, Wendy. And before we adjourn to closed session, we'll check in with our city attorney, Christopher Diaz, per usual. Any announcements?
Thank you, Mayor. Just one announcement. The council will be convening in closed session to consider one item, which is conference with labor negotiators regarding the city attorney contract, and just that one item. So thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, everybody, I'll see you in closed session.
Hello, am I in the right meeting?
Yes,
Yes, yes, you
Okay.
are.
Okay, thank you.
It's at 7. We're early.
Oh, that's right, he did. Okay, I guess I'll come back at 7.
Okay, great. Looks like I came back just in time. We're going to start at 7 o'clock on the dot. And so I want to welcome everybody tuning in to tonight's last regular Milpitas City Council meeting of the fiscal year 2021 here on June the 15th. It's certainly been a year that none of us will ever forget, fiscal year in Milpitas. And I'm so proud to have our last our last regular meeting tonight and to really conclude on the regular meetings. It took a lot of effort and heart for all of us to get through all the challenges of these past 12 months of the pandemic. And I couldn't be more proud to be a part of the city government and to be a part of this organization. Really, all the talent and skill all of us have brought to City Hall in our city has really made it somewhat easier and less painful to get through some of the hardships our communities are facing. So with that being said, we are back out of closed session. I do want to say that there's nothing to report. And so I'll go ahead and do that for you, Chris, our city attorney. There's nothing to report. And I'll move on to the Pledge of Allegiance, if that's okay. Okay, fantastic. Please stand as you may. Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everybody. It's no secret. We have a pretty challenging agenda tonight, really because of public hearings. And so I'll go ahead and guide us through as efficiently as possible. And I ask everybody be mindful of the time so that we can end our last regular city council meeting really on the best note we can. All right, moving on here to the invocation. I'll be very quick here. I'm actually back in City Hall to end our regular city council meetings. I kind of got too excited. I can't wait to get back in August, but I do want to say a little prayer. I love praying in City Hall. There's been a lot of adversity over all the years I've been here, and I know God got us. And so I'll go ahead and lead a prayer, and you can please join as you may. And so, dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for looking over us, over City Hall, through the valley into the hills of Milpitas, and guiding us through all the hardships, Father God. We thank you for looking after our city council and our city staff, every employee in the city, Father God. We thank you, Father God, for looking over us and caring for us and protecting us from dangers and evils and risk. Father God, we thank you for gracing us with your sunlight coming from the east to the west every single day and giving light to our residents and our community and our children and our families, Father God. And we ask that you continue to guide us through any challenges that may be in the future. And Father God, as we spend our time in City Hall, and as I spend my time in City Hall, we will, as I will do my best to be your servant for your children here on earth as your public servant. In his name, amen. Thank you very much. All right, moving on to presentations. We have two presentations tonight. I want to thank the city clerk for helping me prepare with the presentations every single meeting. Thank you, Wendy. The first presentation is a proclamation, and it is for Juneteenth. June 19th or Juneteenth marks the end of slavery in the United States. This day also is known as Emancipation Day and Jubilation Day, originated in Galveston, Texas, and is now celebrated in 47 states. In 1863, during the American Civil War, President Abraham Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation, which declared slaves living in the Confederate States to be free. However, it was not until the Union soldiers arrived in Galveston, Texas on June 19, 1865 that the state's residents finally learned that slavery had been abolished. The following year, on June 19th, the first official June 19th celebrations took place in the state of Texas. Today in Milpitas, we join with our African American community in celebrating freedom, not only from slavery, but also from racism and injustice. Milpitas has a proud history of welcoming people of all races. Our town, Sunny Hills, our own Sunny Hills neighborhood has an important place in history as the nation's first planned integrated development. Sunny Hills, Black Lives Matter. Here in Milpitas was really recognized through the march last year. That was an incredible gathering of our community. And when thinking about Black Lives Matter, we have known and celebrated this for decades. Take a moment. I do want to bring up another historical point. I was doing some research on Milpitas, and I think that when we were incorporated, we were the 314th city in the state that was incorporated. Now the state has over, I think, 500 cities incorporated. And so Milpitas is also known as a town previous to incorporation. And I read in a paper on a library database that when the state of California decided to join the Union here across America, that Milpitas was the deciding vote in the state of California as a jurisdiction or town, whatever it was at the time. Milpitas was the deciding vote for the state to join the Union. Yeah, it's pretty neat, huh? I can pull up that research article from many years ago, but that's something to be proud of as well as we celebrate Juneteenth. Therefore, I, Rich Tran, the mayor of Milpitas, on behalf of the city council, proclaim this Saturday, June 19th, as Juneteenth in the city of Milpitas. If folks want to celebrate due to COVID, we're not really doing any events, but previously we have had Juneteenth. I believe this year in our valley of Heart's Delight, Santa Clara Valley, Santa Clara County, our whole valley here, there's a celebration happening Saturday, Juneteenth, at the Santa Clara County Fairgrounds. And so that's great. Folks can look that up on the internet as well. Okay, moving on to the next proclamation. It's the Park and Rec Month proclamation. July is National Parks and Recreation Month. This year, as COVID restrictions are loosening in Santa Clara County, I know many of us are getting back outside to our beloved park and recreation activities and events. The past 18 months have really shown us what an important role parks and recreation play in our individual and collective lives. I hope during the month of July, we will hear from you on how parks and recreation have impacted your lives. I understand the Recreation and Community Services staff is planning to share videos as part of a national campaign to celebrate Parks and Recreation Month, and I hope you will participate. I also hope you will stay tuned in the meeting for our item on the Park and Rec Master Plan update tonight. It's on the agenda. It's always great when you have a presentation item on the agenda. Ties in very well. The city has been working hard for months to draft a detailed plan that will continue to improve our park system and our recreation and community services programs to meet the needs of our changing community. I know I am really looking forward to hearing the recommendations that have come out of many hours of interviews and public meetings and thoughtful survey responses from you. The Milpitas Parks and Recreation Programs is a huge part of our community. It really is crazy. It's, you know, it really is. It's there's no Milpitas without parks and recreation programs. And our residents' individual life stories and memories, family events, you name it. Therefore, I, Mayor Rich Tran, on behalf of the City Council, proclaim the month of July as Parks and Recreation Month in the city of Milpitas. A shout out to our Recreation and Community Services Department. This next fiscal year is going to be the best with activities coming out of that department. It's going to be the best in this century if you look at some of the items we have for our community. Parks and community, recreation and community services. So I'm excited about that. Okay, those are the presentations for tonight. I'm going to keep moving here. Let's see here. I'm on Zoom, folks. I got my mouse here. I want to make sure I'm organizing and directing the meeting very well. Next up is the public forum. Due to the nature of all the agenda items we have tonight and how important they are to be approved, I'm going to go 1 minute tonight, folks. Thanks for tuning in all across youtube.com, Facebook live stream, and folks that are here with the Zoom. I do see all our attendees. I'm always happy to see familiar names and new names from our community. So, all right, 1 minute tonight for public forum. Here we go. First up here, we have Bill Corby.
Hello, I'm Bill Corby, member of the Milpitas neighborhood here for over 30 years. Excited to be here in this very important meeting tonight. I belong to the Milpitas Hillview neighborhood groups focusing on Milpitas quality of life. And we were very excited to participate in the general plan update and are looking forward to the zoning plan updates and wanted to get some more information on that. We're adjacent to the neighborhood commercial zone where we'd like to participate in that activity, especially when adjacent to low density residential. So a member of those teams, I'm excited to looking to participate in those areas. Thanks.
Yeah, you got it, Bill. Great hearing your voice. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, that's going to be agendized after the summer recess. That's going to be a huge item for us after the summer. And I can't wait to have the community work on this together with our city's government. Partnership is amazing. Okay, next up we have Frank Bush. Welcome, Frank.
Hello, I'm only a 25-year resident of Milpitas, and
Don't brag.
city, and its diversity is one of the reasons I was attracted to move here. But with the La Quinta project, that was a very tall building in a quiet neighborhood, and you had spoken about building height limits in areas of Milpitas, and I was wondering, are those going to be including neighborhood commercial highway services and neighborhood commercial mixed use areas that are adjacent to low density housing? And I thought you said something about limiting or having the taller buildings, west of 880. And I think that's a great idea. And will the public be able to participate in the zoning to provide their input?
Yeah, thanks, Frank. Great hearing from you. Yeah, for the record, the council previously in the last 6 months did not move forward the building height limits, but I'm looking to re-explore that following the summer recess. And your second point, as the previous speaker, the zoning item is going to be agendized after July and some point after July shortly. And looking forward to having that agenda item so that we can discuss it as a community. It'll be great. Next up, we have Rekha Pardeshi.
Good evening, Mayor Tran. It's lovely to be a resident at Milpitas, and thank you for all your hard work. Also, all the city council members. So again, my comment is again on the same topic. The new general plan has a new zone labeled as the neighborhood commercial. This is planned to be developed near, single family homes and residential neighborhood, just like where I live. So of course it's concerning so I think as the public, we would like to know or have better clarity about the height restrictions in very close to residential neighborhoods. And we'd like to know if there are any recommended or maybe even permitted heights in that neighborhood. And of course, we would love the height to be lower so that it matches with the neighborhood and keeps the, the feel and the safety of the neighborhood in mind. So thank you so much, Mayor.
Yeah, absolutely. There's here a recurring theme, and we'll discuss it after July in a meeting with the council making decisions with the community, always a part of it. So that's great to hear folks are in tune we'll get to there after the July recess. Next up, we have Voltaire Montemayor. Welcome, Mr. Montemayor.
Hello. Oh, yeah, I have echoes. Yeah, anyway, this is Voltaire Montemayor. Yeah, mayor, vice mayor, member of the city council, city manager stuff. Yeah, I've been trying to express. I think I got a background. I got an echo. Anyway, yeah, it's like I've been expressing that if we have barbecue coming, then maybe have a festival, you said. And then how about like popularity contest, like the St. John the Baptist? We have beauty contest. We can produce money out of that. We have parade. We could celebrate, and this is for we could fund or make some money or revenue, and then we will celebrate. We will have a sports champion. We can present our products in Milpitas, and we will be happy place, happy people. If we have this, yeah, popular.
Love the spirit. Thank you. Next up, we have John Ag.
Good evening, Mayor. Request that item 30 on the agenda this evening is not passed over. It's very important that the commissions have their bodies, and this will be the last time that we'll get them before the next year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. Yeah, we're working on the city appointments and appreciate your feedback. Okay, great. Looking for any further virtual raised hands from our attendees tonight on Zoom. Folks, if you're tuning in on Facebook or youtube.com, you can always join us on Zoom so you have access to comments. Next up here with the comments, we have Barbara Jo Navarro.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Thank you all so much for your hard work during this pandemic. I wanted to also endorse what some of our other citizens were saying about residential commercial and the zoning that's coming up in future in the year, and specify that we really would like to see some height restrictions in particular areas of our city. And we're hopeful that there'll be an open mind to hearing what we have to say and provide inputs to that. I'm also excited about the Main Street development that we're going through all these meetings. I think we're going to have our third meeting here coming up, and I may or may not be able to join that meeting, but I'm pretty excited about hearing other things that are going to be going on Main Street. I just rode my bike down Main Street today, and boy, those bike lanes really need some help, but I'm looking forward to that. And thank you all for all your hard work.
Oh, absolutely. That's everything. Get ready after the summer here, folks. All these important items, that's kind of next on the dashboard, and I think residents are going to love it. All right. Next up, we got our Rajvi Patel.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Rajvi Patel, and I recently graduated from Milpitas High School. Today, I'm here to talk about the BAPS Charities COVID relief efforts. BAPS Charities is a global charity active in 9 countries across 5 continents, committed to community and educational services, environmental initiatives, and humanitarian relief. Since my childhood, I have been fortunate enough to be a part of various BAPS charity events, from yearly walkathons and fundraisers to health fairs and regular blood drives. As a part of its nationwide efforts, the BAPS Charities chapter in the Bay Area continued its fight against COVID-19 by donating over 30,000 pieces of PPE to frontline workers in the East Bay, South Bay, and Peninsula. In conclusion, I just wanted to say thank you to the City of Milpitas for giving me the opportunity to share with you some of the work that BAPS Charities does, and also to thank them for everything that they've been doing to keep our residents safe during COVID. Thank you so much.
Oh, that's awesome, Rajvi. Thank you for joining our meeting tonight. I hope you'll stick around and see more of the discussions we're having tonight. Always great to see our younger residents participate, and our public affairs. Okay, next up we have Rakesh Mehta.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Rakesh Mehta, and I'm a rising senior at Milpitas High School. I've been a resident of our wonderful city of Milpitas for 5 years, and today I'm here to talk about the BAPS Charities Walkathon, whose benevolent activities I'm proud to be associated with. I'm honored to be a part of BAPS Charities. Volunteers drive our efforts, including the annual walkathon, dedicating a portion of their lives in the selfless service of others, both in local neighborhoods as well as globally. In the Bay Area, the Milpitas chapter of BAPS Charities has been organizing walkathons for over 18 years to support local schools, law enforcement, civic activities, and conservation groups. Beneficiaries include the Milpitas Unified School District Silicon Valley Education Foundation. This year's beneficiary, Susan G. Komen Foundation, the world's largest nonprofit source for funding the fight against breast cancer. Given COVID and CDC guidelines on safety and gatherings, the walkathon will be participants walking their own neighborhoods and parks. In conclusion, I would like to thank the officers of the City of Milpitas for giving me the opportunity to talk about the BAPS Charities.
Hey, glad you're here, BAPS. Amazing. Trojans for life. Thanks for joining us. Okay, we're gonna still go. Any virtual raised hands? I'll take a look here. I don't see any further virtual raised hands. So going once, going twice. That's it for public comment. If you missed it, I'll wait for you at the end of the meeting and I'll take your comment there. Moving on to the announcements and future agenda items, I'll go ahead, per usual, to our city manager, Steve McHarris, for the announcements.
All right, thank you. Good evening to Mayor Tran, members of the City Council. I have two brief announcements. One's really brief. The temperatures are heating up here in Milpitas. And so first I want to announce that we will be opening our cooling centers for our city tomorrow through Friday at the Barbara Lee Senior Center from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Masks are required for those over 2 years of age and or unless there's a medical condition. Secondly, you've probably heard the governor opened the state of California today. Following the CDC, state, county public health guidelines and orders, the city's taking a measured approach with opening our recreational facilities to our residents. Programs that were capacity restricted under previous mandates will be operating without capacity restrictions in the coming weeks. For other recreation programs and services, such as drop-in basketball and in-person yoga classes, we'll gradually be offering them over the next coming weeks. And keeping in line with the health guidelines and orders, masking will continue to be required when indoors, except for children 2 and under and those with medical conditions. So with that, that does conclude my announcements. Thank you.
And thank you very much, Steve, for the announcements. So bring it back over to the other side of the virtual dais. I have no announcements this evening. A lot of meetings this month, plenty of opportunities. I want to go to my colleagues. Next up with the virtual raised hand, we have the Vice Mayor, Carmen Montano.
Thank you, Mayor. Just as the VTA representative, I just wanted to mention that after the mass shootings, VTA, we decided to shut down all the light rail services, but they will be opening back up on June, the end of June 30th, so, or July 1st. So just to let people know that that's when the light rail services will be coming back up. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. Very important, and our thoughts are deep with the VTA. Next up with the virtual raised hand, we have Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. I just want I have one request this evening, and I would like to ask our executive team and the city manager to have sometime, maybe September, October, to prepare for an ADU workshop. Is an ADU one-stop shop where we can feature our new applications, and also we can invite guests from the architects to construction workers to loan officers to real estate professionals and our own city staff for our residents to get acclimated to the new ADU features and functionality that we have in our city. Thank you so much.
I love the idea, Councilmember Chua. I think that's fantastic. Housing is ongoing, and that would be great for the fall. Thank you. Okay, great. All right. Okay, any further announcements or future agenda items from my colleagues? If not, I'll go ahead and move forward. and ask for our city attorney, Christopher Diaz, for the announcement of conflict of interest and campaign contributions.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. Just wanted to ask the council 2 questions. Whether any council member has a financial or personal conflict of interest related to any of the items on tonight's agenda. And we'll start with Councilmember Fan.
None.
Thank you. Councilmember Dominguez.
None.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Montano.
None.
Thank you. Sorry, I skipped Councilmember Chua.
None. Thank
Thank you,
you.
and Mayor Tran.
None.
Thank you. I'd also ask the mayor and council to please disclose any campaign contributions of $100 or more received within the last 12 months from any of the parties entering into a contract with the city on tonight's agenda or any development project applicant on tonight's agenda. Councilmember Fan.
None.
Thank you. Councilmember Dominguez.
None.
Thank you. Councilmember Chua.
None.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Montano.
None.
Thank you, and Mayor Tran.
None.
Let the record reflect none to both questions. Mayor, I can continue on, Mayor, if you'd like.
Please.
So I'm just going to go ahead and read the Milpitas City Council Code of Conduct, which is on the front page of your agenda. Be respectful and courteous. Words, tone, and body language do matter. Model civility. Avoid surprises. Praise publicly and criticize privately. Focus on the issue, not the person. Refrain from using electronic devices while on the council dais. And as I have said numerous times, that also includes the Zoom platform you're on tonight. Disclose conflicts of interest and affiliations related to agenda items. Separate governing from campaigning. The council speaks with one voice after making policy on issues. Respect the line between policy and administration. And finally, the city council will hold one another accountable to comply with this code of conduct. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chris. And we'll move on to the approval of the agenda. Hearing no objections, I'm going to go ahead myself and move to approve the agenda. Hearing no objections, the agenda is approved. Moving on to the.
Mayor, I'd recommend a motion and a second and then a vote.
There's no objections, Chris.
We need it for the record for our city clerk.
Oh, okay. I'm just going by the Robert Rules of Order. Is that okay?
I was going to ask you about item 30.
Oh, okay.
Is that going to be continued?
I was actually going to put it on consent, or you know, if we'll have
We
to
don't
post.
have the list of commission appointments.
Okay, so I'll move to postpone the item to next week's special meeting.
Okay.
Okay, great.
Second.
And so that's included in the agenda. So I'll make a motion and I'll look for a second to
Second.
approve the agenda with that motion to postpone that item to the next meeting on Tuesday next week. So I'll go ahead and move that approval of the agenda. I heard a second from the vice mayor. Thank you. And we'll do the roll call. Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
And myself is an aye. Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much to our city clerk for item 30 and that update. Moving on to the consent calendar. I'm going to look to add to the consent calendar item number 29, 31, 32. I'll repeat it one more time. 29, 31, 32. Okay. Thank you. Hearing no objections there. I'll look to my colleagues if there's any further requests for the consent calendar. I'll go to Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. I just want to comment on C16. I'm not going to pull the consent due to our time constraint today, but I would like to thank Sharon's team, and also I would request that because we now have the March, April, and by the time we come back on August, we will have the May, June data. So, and July, hopefully. So I would like to request the executive team to put this on a calendar for August, the meeting. So we will have a full report on our, especially our pilot project, which will expire the last week of June. So thank you, Mayor Tran.
Yeah, absolutely. That's great. That's a great request. I believe our city manager heard that loud and clear. Fantastic. Okay, any further requests? Thank you very much, Councilmember Chua. You're welcome. And any further requests for the consent calendar? Hearing none, I'll move to approve the consent calendar. Looking for a second.
Second.
We got a second by Councilmember Chu, and all in favor, virtual roll call, Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
Myself as an aye, the consent calendar is approved. Thank you, everybody. And we're moving forward to the public hearings. Item number 22, let's conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution confirming the assessment and ordering the levy for the landscaping and lighting maintenance assessment district number 98-1, Sinclair Horizon for fiscal year 2021. And we'll go to our Director of Engineering, Steve Erickson.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Bring up the presentation, please. So tonight's item is to conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution confirming the assessment and ordering the levy for the Landscape Lighting Maintenance Assessment District 98-1, known as Sinclair Horizons, for fiscal year 2021. Next slide, please. So the city owns and maintains landscaping and a pedestrian trail improvement adjacent to Sinclair Fringe Road and Las Cochas Street. It was constructed as part of the Sinclair Horizons residential development back around 1998. The developer created a landscape maintenance and assessment district as part of that development. And this district was created to fund the perpetual maintenance, repair, and renovation of the district improvements by public works staff. The administration and annual assessment process for LLMD 98-1 is governed by the Landscaping and Lighting Act of 1972 and requires the City Council to initiate preparation of the annual engineer's report, which was completed on March 2nd, 2021, to approve the annual engineer's report, which was completed during the May 18th, 2021 council meeting. And then tonight is to conduct a public hearing to adopt a resolution confirming the annual assessment and ordering the levy for the district. Next slide, please. So Assessment District 98-1, as I mentioned, parallels Las Cochas Street and portions of Sinclair Horizon, and it's shown on the attached drawing in green. Next slide, please. The district includes 98 residential parcels. The total assessment for fiscal year 2021 is $48,529. The assessment rate is $495.19 per lot. It does not exceed the maximum rate allowed, which is $496.05. The assessment or the budget, as shown in the engineer's report, is shown to the right of the screen. Next slide, please. So the recommendation is to open the public hearing, receive any comment, and move to close the public hearing following any testimony, and to adopt a resolution confirming the assessment and ordering the levy for Landscape and Lighting Maintenance Assessment District 98-1, Sinclair Horizons, for fiscal year 2021. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Erickson. I'll go ahead and move to open the public hearing. If I hear no objections, the public hearing is now open, and we'll go to our community members for any public comment. 1 minute tonight. First up, Walter Montemayor.
Yeah, I found the unmute button. Thank you. Yeah, I know that that's a very important section of the city. We need to approve. We talked about last time and we approved it, I believe. So yeah, we have parking at the sides of the streets. Also, we need some lightings, whatever is needed. So for me, it's very likely that we will need that improved. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Montemayor. Looking for any further public comment within this public hearing. Looking for any virtual raised hands for anybody here for item number 22 tonight. I don't see anybody else. I'll go ahead, if I hear no objections, move to close the public hearing. Hearing no objections, the public hearing is now closed. Back to the virtual dais. Yeah, just routine work. Mr. Erickson, you've been excellent with keeping Milpitas is beautiful. You know, we talk about beautifying Milpitas, and these are the finer points on paper that demonstrate our city's work to, you know, do landscaping and such. And so I will go to my colleagues if there's any comments. If not, I'll look to move to approve item number 22, and I'll look for the vice mayor with the virtual raised hand. Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. A question for Steve. How long are these assessments? Are they I know they're every year, we do it every year, but how long does the language say, the contract, is it forever?
It's forever, right? Perpetual maintenance of the district.
Okay, and then do we put, this is monies that they pay to us so we can do the maintenance, right? Just like
That's
the
correct.
McCarthy, just like the McCarthy Ranch. Okay.
Correct.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. That's it.
Awesome. I'll move to approve item number 22. The public hearing has been closed already. Looking for a second to approve.
Second.
We got a second from the vice mayor. All in favor, a virtual roll call. Councilmember Pham.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
Myself as an aye. Item number 22 has been approved. We're not going too far. Item number 23, I'll go ahead and read it. Conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution confirming the assessment and ordering the levy for the landscaping and lighting maintenance assessment district number 95-1 McCarthy Ranch, fiscal year 21-22. And we'll go to our director of engineering, Mr. Erickson.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. Next slide, please. So the city owns and maintains a landscaping, pedestrian lighting, and gateway and monument improvements along portions of McCarthy Boulevard from State Route 237 north to Dixon Landing Road, and includes portions of Ranch Drive. The McCarthy Ranch developer created the Lighting Maintenance Assessment District back in 1995 as part of the development for the future for the perpetual maintenance, repair, and renovation of district improvements. The administration of the annual assessment process is governed by the Landscaping and Lighting Act of 1972 and requires 3 steps for the city council to take. First is to initiate preparation of the annual engineer's report, which was completed last March 2nd. Second item is to approve the annual engineer's report, and that was completed on May 18th. And then tonight, the third step is to conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution confirming the assessments, ordering the levy for the district. Next slide, please. Landscape Lighting Assessment District 95-1 starts just about at State Route 237, includes portions of Ranch Drive, and the northern terminus is at Dixon Landing Road. So the areas shown in green are the areas that are maintained by the city, and they're included in the assessment district. Next slide, please. So the district includes 44 commercial industrial parcels with a total area of 11 million, or approximately 11.8 million square feet. The total assessment for fiscal year 21-22 is $392,000, or $693. The assessment rate is $0.0333 per square foot, and it does not exceed the maximum rate of $0.048 per square foot. The budget that's shown in the annual engineer report is to the right. It includes items such as maintenance, which is conducted by city staff, utilities, at city administration, etc. Next slide, please. So the recommendation is to conduct a public hearing, receive comment, move to close the public hearing following testimony, and to adopt a resolution confirming the assessment and ordering the levy for LLMD 95-1 McCarthy Ranch for fiscal year 21-22. This concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Erickson. I'll, if I hear no objections, move to open the public hearing. I hear no objections. The public hearing is now open, and we'll go to our public. Mr. Montemayor, welcome.
Yeah, I'm muted. Anyway, the same as Council Member Montano was saying, it could be there's maintenance. We have to sustain it. And at the start, we have habitat going around. We have new buildings now there, a lot of developments up to Dixon Landing Road. And we have Walmart, big, a lot of business there. So we need support. We need lights. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'll look for any further public comment for item number 23. Seeing none, we'll go on once, go on twice. I want to move to close the public hearing. I don't hear any objections. And so hearing no objections, the public hearing for item number 23 is now closed, and we'll bring it back to the virtual dais. And I see a virtual raised hand, Vice Mayor Montano.
Thank you. So this is for Steve. Steve, I go out there frequently, and I noticed that the special district ends, assessment district ends at Dixon Landing Road. There are some really old, outdated lights. If you can look into those, I think they need to be replaced. They've been like that for many years now, and maybe this is the time to replace them. So if you can look into that, thank you.
Yeah, we can take a look at those. Where are they located? Are they
They're right next,
adjacent to Dixon, or?
Yeah, they're right next to the newbie. You know that there's
Okay,
that
I'll check.
bridge.
Well, you
right
two
next
can meet up
Yeah.
virtually
So it's like-
tomorrow and figure it out, please.
Yeah.
I do appreciate the attention to detail of Vice Mayor.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. You're welcome. Okay, any further comments for item number 23? I don't see any further virtual raised hands. The public hearing already occurred. We closed it. And so I'll move to approve item number 23. Looking for a second.
Second.
We have a second from Councilmember Chua. All in favor, virtual roll call, Councilmember Fan. Give him a moment here. I hate to miss a vote. You never want to miss a vote. All right. All right, we're doing the vote. He may be in the latrine. Who knows? I just don't want him to miss the vote. Okay. All right. Just going once, going twice. Sometimes you excuse yourself, but we know he's here tonight. We'll go to the next council member, Dominguez. Oh, wait, there you hold on. Hold the horses. Hold the horses. All right, there you go. For the record, you heard it. Thank you, Councilmember Fan. Yeah. Okay, next up, Councilmember Dominguez.
Hey.
Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
Myself is an aye. Item number 23 has been approved. Another resolution for the books. And moving on to item number 24, let's conduct a public hearing and approve an amendment to fiscal year 1920 annual action plan. Approve the funding allocations for the fiscal year 21-22 community development block grants, which is CDBG. Adopt the annual action plan for the corresponding year and consider an amendment to the citizen participation plan. And here on the agenda, we have from our Department of Building Safety and Housing, the Director, Sharon Goey.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and members of the community. After receiving council input at the May 7 public hearing, we're very pleased to present to you tonight the proposed CDBG allocations that reflect council feedback. So Robert Muslim, our Housing Authority Administrator, is going to walk through the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, and City of Milpitas residents. My name is Robert Muslim. I'm the Housing Authority Administrator for the city. I'm going to quickly walk us through the city's timeline for fiscal year 21-22. Starting back in January, the city launched the Community Needs Survey to gauge the community's response to how the CDBG funds should be allocated. Survey was available for approximately 2 months and received 87 responses. In late January, the city announced that the application period to apply for CDBG funding would be open from February 8th through March 21st, 2021. And in total, at the conclusion of the application period, the city received 27 applications with requests totaling over $1.8 million. At the April 7th CAC meeting, the CAC heard the community survey results and heard from each of the applicants. The CAC then provided their feedback on priorities and goals that the council should consider with CDBG funds. Staff then returned to the CAC on April 19th for a special meeting to review and approve of the staff's summary of their priority feedback and recommendation. Then on May 7th, 2021, the City Council held a public hearing to discuss CDBG funding, and a brief summary of that meeting will be shown on a future slide during this presentation. And finally, we arrive at our public hearing this evening to officially allocate the CDBG funds to the community. Next slide, please. So on this slide, you'll see a breakdown of our available funds. The first row shows the amount we received in formula funding, that's $682,977. This is calculated by HUD and reflects the amount of money we roughly receive on an annual basis. These funds can be used for COVID and non-COVID related activities. And to access these funds, it's required that we submit a new annual action plan. In our experience, these funds will become available to the city in late 2021. The second row shows the amount, the third of 3 tranches we received as part of the CARES Act. These funds must be used for COVID-related activities. And to access these funds, it's required that we submit an amendment to the fiscal year 1920 annual action plan. And based on our experience, we believe these funds will be available for the city to spend in approximately 3 months from the date that we submit the amended annual action plan. And for the last row, we have unused funding from fiscal year 1920. For these funds, we must amend the annual action plan from the year they were originally allocated from. They must be used for COVID-related activities or capital projects. And again, we anticipate having access to these funds approximately 3 months from the date we submit the amended action plan. So in total, as you can see, we have about $1,282,240 to allocate. Next slide, please. So this slide will present a summary of the council's feedback from the public hearing held at the May 7 City Council meeting. That meeting, council directed staff to do the following: to not utilize CDBG funding for applications that could be funded from alternate sources of funding, such as the American Rescue Plan funding, to fund the domestic violence related applications from the CDBG CV fund bucket in order to fund all public service applications under the 15% cap, to allocate unused formula capital funding to CDBG CV related applications, to fund applications that the city has historically funded with CDBG funds, and to increase funding for domestic violence supportive activities. Next slide, please. So the final allocations on the next few slides are a result of the council's feedback. Any application with potential alternate sources of funding are not being allocated CDBG funding, and all other applications are being allocated the amount of money they requested, with the exception of Next Door Solutions to Domestic Violence and YWCA, who were each awarded an equal $16,158 above the requested amount. Next slide, please. So the next 5 slides will go through all of our applicants. I'll provide a brief description of the activity and how much they're requesting. And I'll go through and just briefly announce the purpose of their activity. So these are the formula public service activities. Catholic Charities is requesting support for their long-term care ombudsman program. Child Advocates is requesting support to assign CASA volunteers for foster children. Senior Adults Legal Assistance provides free legal assistance to Milpitas seniors. Silicon Valley Independent Living Center provides housing assistance services to persons with disabilities. YWCA and MUSD are partnering to provide MUSD students intimate partner and sexual assault prevention education. Next slide, please. So these are our applications requesting funding for formula capital improvement funding. Life Moves is requesting support for repairs to the exterior of the Life Moves Via shelter. Next Door Solutions Domestic Violence is requesting support to replace flooring throughout the shelter facility. Rebuilding Together is providing low-income homeowners with critical home repairs, rehab, and accessibility improvements. Terrace Gardens is requesting support to rehab the existing kitchenette. And for program administration, Project Sentinel is requesting funding for fair housing work. And as you can see, we've also listed program administration, which is the city's allocation for administering the CDBG program. Next slide, please. The next 2 slides will show the public service CV activities. Life Moves will be providing meals at the 5 shelter sites that serve Milpitas residents. Lighthouse of Hope Counseling Center will provide counseling, psychological support, and education to residents of Milpitas affected by the pandemic. YWCA provides supportive services to victims of domestic violence. The Senior Center will also assist their members with ongoing technology education and support to combat social isolation. Prognia will be supporting members of the special needs community by creating social and emotional connections and preventing further social isolation caused by the pandemic. Next Door Solutions to Domestic Violence offers support services for victims of domestic violence. And Sourcewise Meals on Wheels will provide seniors home-delivered meals. Next slide. And this will conclude the CDBG CV public services. SVILC will provide rent relief, will continue to provide direct emergency housing support to Milpitas residents affected by the pandemic. Terrace Gardens will continue to provide dinner meal delivery to their residents due to the closing of the dining room. And finally, the Health Trust will continue to provide seniors home-delivered meals through their Meals on Wheels program. Next slide, please. The final slide here shows the economic development application. Filipino American Chamber of Commerce will provide hands-on training for small businesses to create or update their digital presence and devise marketing strategies to increase business. And finally, the city's program administration for administering the CDBG CV funding. Next slide, please. The staff is also requesting minor changes to the citizen participation plan. The current plan was most recently approved last year at the June 30th, 2020 City Council meeting. City Council authorized an amendment to the citizen participation plan that allowed for the following changes: more streamlined changes to the application process, and for the CDBG subcommittee to become the primary reporting body to the City Council. However, since the CDBG subcommittee is no longer an active subcommittee, staff is proposing an amendment to the plan for the City Council to hold 2 public hearings to discuss and allocate CDBG funding every fiscal year. Next slide, please. And so for the annual action plans for the CDBG CV and prior year funding to be allocated to the city, it will require an amendment to the fiscal year 1920 annual action plan. And for the city to receive its formula funding for this year, it will require the adoption of the fiscal year 21-22 annual action plan. And next slide, please. And finally, our staff recommendations. Number 1, open the public hearing, hear testimony, then move to close the public hearing. Number 2, approve the amendment to the fiscal year 1920 annual action plan. Number 3, adopt the fiscal year 21-22 annual action plan with recommended allocation amounts. Number 4, authorize the city manager or designee to make any necessary changes to the approved fiscal year 21-22 annual action plan as needed to comply with CDBG submission guidelines.
I'm gonna pause right there, Robert. We got the recommendations. Thank you. It's a long list, and I want to save you sort of the effort, but it is stated clear before us, like other recommendations as well. I appreciate the presentation, Robert. Great job. And hey, we're still in the public hearings, folks. And if there are no objections, I'm going to move to open up the public hearing. I hear no objections. The public hearing is now open, and we'll go to the public comment. I see a virtual raised hand. First up, Mr. Montemayor.
I'm muted. Thank you. Yeah, CDBG, the BG, the black grant, mainly the 2 words. Yeah, we have to spend it fairly. You have to, it's the food supply, the service, everybody's given the chance. The grantee, the applicant had a justification of the need, distributed fairly by the staff. We consider a special request as mentioned, and it will be met as far as the public hearing tonight. The 7 recommendations will be met fairly, and everybody will be happy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Montemayor. Next up, I want to welcome all our guests. You know, every time we have CDBG, I do want to take a moment here to welcome our guests from our nonprofits and community organizations. We really, I feel very special when all of our guests are here. So I want to welcome you all, and please bear with us tonight. We're doing 1 minute for the comments. And so next comment here, Elena Purcell.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, and staff. My name is Elena Purcell, and I'm here on behalf of Rebuilding Together Silicon Valley. I'm our Associate Director of Development, and I wanted to thank you for the opportunity to apply for funding and for the opportunity to speak tonight. I would like to thank you as well on behalf of the longtime Milpitas residents and homeowners who have invested in this community and would like to remain in their home in the midst of their support systems where they can age in place. One of the goals of Rebuilding Together is to make it possible for these residents to not only safely age in place, but to thrive in place as they remain independent without the stress and burden of costly safety modifications and overdue repairs. Rebuilding Together Silicon Valley prevents homelessness, easing the financial burden, making it now possible for older adults and residents to remain housed in their homes. And we thank you again for your consideration for funding our request this evening.
Thank you so much for being here. Next up, we have Teresa Johnson.
Hi, this is Teresa Johnson from the Health Trust. Thank you, Mayor and members of the council and staff for all your hard work on behalf of all the nonprofits in our community. We're very pleased to ask for funding again for this year to continue funding our Milpitas residents, elderly, sheltered at home, frail residents that really need our support in order to remain in their homes. We are currently still serving 7,000 meals a week throughout the county. That's up from just about 2,000 meals a week prior to the shutdown in our community. So the need remains strong and the need is high, and we really appreciate your support, both your past support and your ongoing support. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here. Next up, we have Gloria Baxter. Welcome. And we'll help with the microphone and get it unmuted. Not sure which side of the connection it is, but we are here for you, Gloria. Welcome, Gloria Baxter. And we'll just get that microphone. And we're here for you. All right. Even if the microphone is a technical difficulty, we're still going to get to you. Okay, there you are. There you are. Okay.
Okay. Again, I'm Gloria Baxter from the Lighthouse of Hope Counseling Center. And thank you so much for considering our $5,000 request for funding to support those who have been affected by COVID with depression, anxiety, loss of loved ones, and loss of jobs. We have an increasing number of clients who are coming from Milpitas, and we want to be able to serve them with the quality counseling and therapeutic services that they deserve. Thank you so much. We appreciate you all.
You're welcome. We appreciate you. And all right. Love the feeling we have tonight. All right. Next up, Georgia Basil.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, great. As you know, Senior Adults Legal Assistance provides free legal services to Milpitas residents 60 or older. We target clients that are low income or at risk of abuse or loss of independence. We're currently funded by Milpitas, and we really thank you for that support. We're recommended for $12,000 in formula funding in the action plan to continue our services next year. We look forward to reinstating our appointments at Barbara Lee Senior Center when the California Department of Aging gives us guidance to do so. In the meantime, we will continue to provide services remotely by telephone to Milpitas seniors. So thank you so very much for your past support. And I do hope you will approve the recommendation for our funding in the action plan for next year. Thank you again.
You're welcome, and thank you. And I really look forward to seeing a lot of these needs met tonight for every organization. Next up, we have Sherry Burns. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Tram and members of the City Council. Sherry Burns, Executive Director of Silicon Valley Independent Living Center. And as you know, we started this relationship with you in this partnership back in 2019 before COVID hit, providing rent relief for residents who were struggling to locate and secure affordable, accessible housing or retain their housing they currently have. And because of that pilot project, we were in a great position to work with you and your city staff to ramp up those efforts during COVID and be able to serve many, many more families who were struggling due to loss of jobs, loss of income, and increases in expenses. During the past year, we've worked with over 250 Milpitas residents, about 85 families, to help them pay their back rent. And that includes people who are fleeing domestic violence, residents with disabilities, older adults, and Milpitas Unified School District families as well. We really appreciate your support. Thank you.
We really appreciate you. You're welcome and thank you. Next up, we have Beth Williams.
Hi, thank you so much. Our gratitude goes out to the mayor, vice mayor, and all the council members of making domestic violence an important issue to support. As we've seen over the last 15 months, this issue has really come to light worldwide. And with your support, we're able to help address the issues in our own community. As you've heard from my predecessor, the other nonprofits, mental health, our therapy is in huge demand. Housing issues are even more in crisis than ever before in finding affordable housing for the women and children that have experienced abuse. And unfortunately, we see in the news, even most recently, that intimate partner violence is happening today and currently. And so we continue to appreciate your support. Thank you.
You're welcome. And we appreciate the work you and your organization does. Next up here, we have Ann Marquardt.
Good evening. I'm Ann Marquardt, Executive Director of Project Sentinel, and hopefully you're all aware that we provide housing counseling, dispute resolution for conflicts between landlords and tenants, and HUD-required fair housing services. We are grateful to the staff recommendation and all the support the staff have given us throughout this fiscal year. We are still facing a lot of tenants and landlords who are feeling very insecure about back rent. We're getting them connected to Silicon Valley Independent Living Center and the state. And basically, I want you to know I'm here tonight, just in case you have any questions. And again, thank you very, very much for your past support. Okay.
Oh, thank you so much, Ann. Thank you. We are very familiar with Project Sentinel. Great to hear from y'all. Next up, we have Kishan S.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, and also the council members. I'm representing an organization called Pragnya. I'm an ally at Pragnya. We work with individuals with special needs. I work with families in the Milpitas area for sure. And this is the first time we actually applying for a grant with CDBG. And we really thank you for giving consideration to our request. With the support which we get from you guys, we hope to expand the services we're offering families with special needs, as in children with special needs as well, and also the families residing in the community. And I want to thank you for giving us consideration and look forward to seeing if we can get some support from you guys. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, and always great to see new applicants. Really great. Okay, next up we have Michelle Leparini.
Thank you so much, Mayor Tran and members of the council. Thank you for your continued support of foster youth. I'm Michelle Leparini with the Director of Development here at Child Advocates of Silicon Valley. On any given day, we serve approximately 550 foster youth who by no fault of their own have experienced abuse, trauma, neglect, and or abandonment. This past year has proven to be incredibly difficult for a lot of the youth that we serve, and continued support from you and other funders like you has made it possible for us to match these youth with CASA volunteers. These are trained volunteers who work with these youth to mentor them, advocate for them, and ensure that their needs are being met in the dependency court system. So we are looking forward to continued partnership with the City of Milpitas, and thank you again for your support.
Awesome, you're welcome and thank you. Next up, we have Kavita Sridhar.
Can you hear me?
You're welcome.
Okay. Hi, Mayor Tran and council members, and also the the CDBG team for considering Pragnya. I'm here to speak on behalf of Pragnya. It's an organization that works towards neurodiversity acculturation. And I just wanted to add how isolating life is for individuals with disabilities and their families. And COVID-19 exacerbated it. Schools shut down, day programs shut down, social groups shut down, mental health conditions started to go on the rise, especially with regard to individuals who are not able to access their local connections. And that's where Pragnya has stepped in. And with our army of allies, we've provided a lot of tutoring programs, and we're hoping to expand and serve more people in the community through advocacy programs as well, with the support we get from you. So thank you so much for considering us, and truly appreciate it.
You're welcome. All right, next up, Liza Navarro, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Tran, Vice Mayor, the city council members, as well as the staff. I am representing the Filipino American Chamber of Commerce of Silicon Valley. I'm the vice president and the past president. And this organization, although it is called the Filipino American Chamber of Commerce, is actually servicing all ethnicities, small business within Silicon Valley. In this particular area, we are hoping to have positive economic impact with the program of working with small businesses in Milpitas, where the business owners can use technology to continue surviving with their new businesses, created new sales channels. I thank you for your recognition of the value of what we could bring as partner in this group. Thank you.
You're welcome. Salamat po. Next up, Linda Phillips.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Tran and council members. My name is Linda Phillips, and I'm the Director of Community Development at SourceWise. SourceWise has provided supportive services to the aging population in Santa Clara County for over 47 years. The past year has been extremely challenging, in particular for seniors who have been impacted by the pandemic. We are so grateful for your consideration and support of our funding requests for our Meals on Wheels program, which provides 14 home delivered meals once a week, as well as access to volunteers through our ambassadors program. These volunteers provide friendly weekly wellness calls to our seniors, and we look forward to partnering with the city to better serve our most vulnerable seniors in times of needs. Again, thank you for your kind support.
You're welcome. Thank you. Okay, fantastic. What a great public a hearing. Just really enjoying to listen to all the nonprofits, their representative leaders, and the work that's being done. I want to make sure we hear from everybody. We are still in the public hearing, and if anybody else that needed to speak that hasn't had the opportunity or wanted to raise their virtual hand now, then I want to really welcome everybody to our city. Okay, great. We're still going here. Next up, we have Jason McMonagle.
Hello, can you hear me all right?
Welcome.
Okay, wonderful. Well, I am here with YWCA, or on behalf of YWCA Golden Gate Silicon Valley, and I just wanted to thank the mayor, vice mayor, and council members for your past and continued partnership. We submitted 2 applications, and one for to provide sexual assault prevention and education to students in the MUSD. And then we also were recommended to receive increased funding for the DV support services. And just to echo what my peers and colleagues have said tonight, through the pandemic, the DV and intimate partner abuse has really heightened. And so our services and all of these services are so beneficial. So I can't thank you enough for the funding today and in the future. Have a wonderful evening.
You're welcome. You're welcome. All right, next up we have Marina Sanchez. Welcome. And we'll just ask for your microphone.
Hi, can you hear me?
Well, yes, I hear you. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Tran and City Council members. I just want to thank you for your support and consideration for Terrace Gardens senior housing in our grant proposals this year. We're hoping with your continued support that we can continue to cover the cost of our food program and the takeout program that we've had to do this past year for all of our senior residents. It's been really cost effective with your assistance and help in the past, and we're just really hoping we can continue that for next year. I'm available for any questions if you have any.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the comments. We are here. Great. Fantastic. Okay, great. Any further comments? We may have some questions actually from the council. I just want to make sure we get the public comment in first and complete that portion for folks to have the freedom to speak for a minute. And then if we have any questions, we'll call upon your organization, certainly. All right, fantastic. I did a couple rounds there with the public comments. I hope everybody had the opportunity. I want to go ahead and move on pretty soon here. Seeing no virtual raised hands, going once, going twice. I'm going to look to move to close the public hearing if I hear no objections. I don't hear any objections, and so the public hearing is now closed. And we'll bring it back up to the virtual dais. Hey, great job from Robert and Sharon. Just thinking about all the organizations, that's a lot of phone calls and emails, right? And so I give you kudos for all the time spent and the relationships that were built and really representing our city through the CDBG process. So I truly want to give kudos to Robert and Sharon and whomever else in your department that assisted as well. If you hear me, thank you. Great. I will go to my colleagues here with the virtual raised hand. We have the Vice Mayor, Carmen Montano.
I'm going to lower my hand before I forget. Okay, thank you. So a couple of questions. Thank you. First of all, thank you for the applicants. I know you all provide some really important, necessary services to the community. I had a couple of questions on the rebuilding together. I'm confused because I know our city used to do that. We had a department that was part of the neighborhoods and homes department. Do we do that? What rebuilding together does, or or do we subcontract with rebuilding together to do that? And that is funding to providing home repairs, rehabilitation, accessibility, and mobility services, work to low-income homeowners in Milpitas.
Yeah, great question, Vice Mayor. At this time, what the city does is administers existing home rehab loans for homeowners from, I want to say, maybe as early as the 70s or 80s. And so at this time, we don't have any additional funding that I'm aware of for that program, which was separate from what Rebuilding Together does. That program, the home rehab program, was usually for larger scale rehabilitation projects, whereas Rebuilding Together doesn't necessarily focus on larger scale. They might focus on smaller scale items as well. So the short answer to your question is Rebuilding Together really facilitates that program for us on a smaller scale and can help a wider audience with the funding that they receive.
Okay, but we still do have that program in our city.
Yes, we are still managing the loans on those programs.
Yeah, and that's where if someone wants to remodel their home, a senior, or put in a new room and an addition, yeah, that's going to be a higher number than what we're giving them, 173,000. So I'm glad we're still doing that, and I do know that we do give them. If we provide them those services, the city puts a lien on their home. So that's That's the, until they pay off the, it's sort of like a rehab loan, right?
So for the CDBG funds, there is no lien. The CDBG funds go through Rebuilding Together, and Rebuilding Together will do that. That's generally why they'll do smaller scale rehabilitation projects. They are capable of doing larger scale rehabilitation projects. It's to ensure that the funding can meet a larger audience. But for
No, I'm talking about our city.
yes, ma'am. For our current program, there are liens against those properties. So
Right.
once the homeowner sells or refinances, then we can recoup the funding.
Okay, thank you. And then for Child Advocates of Silicon Valley, that is recruit, train, and assign court-appointed special advocate. That's the CASA, Volunteers for Children. I just wanted to mention, I am so glad that you applied because I used to serve on the Juvenile Justice Commission, and we worked with Judge Lucero on some of these cases that the children need. They need a mentor, and it really helps them. So I just wanted to say kudos for that. The YMCA one is MUSD and a YMCA domestic violence. Is that one and the same, or are these two different YMCAs? Is it the same YMCA, or is it two different ones? I know there's one of them is domestic violence focus, and the other one is ensure that students in Milpitas Unified School District receive primary intimate partner violence and sexual assault prevention education. So is it the same agency or two different agencies?
It's the same agency. It's the YWCA, and they for their core activity, they are providing residents of Milpitas domestic violence supportive services. That's one activity, and the second activity is in partnership with the school district to provide the domestic violence and sexual assault prevention curriculum to the students.
Okay, and they are based in Milpitas or in San Jose?
I believe it's San Jose.
Okay. So that's, oh, and one more thing, MAP, Milpitas Assistant Program, where does that fit in here?
Well, the CDBG funds are going to our outside organizations. And
Oh, so from my understanding, I thought we could use some of those CDBGs funding for some of our programs in the city. So I was just curious if we are using it.
Respectfully, not tonight.
Okay.
Another source.
Yeah.
I feel your heart, though.
But you can get, yeah, because that's where I really feel we need to help these folks with their utility bills. Thank you. That's it.
Awesome. Okay, great. Anybody else on the virtual dais that would like to comment on agenda item 24? Now would be the time. I guess I'll comment. See no other virtual raised hands. I keep hearing a key word amongst our guests, continued support. And I'm proud that our city council is continuing the continued support. I mean, some of these organizations have been with us for years, and I really understand how important it is for these nonprofits to have the CDBG funds. And you are all the real heroes out in the community. So I don't see any further virtual raised hands. The public hearing was concluded just moments ago. I want to give my colleagues a chance, but we are being efficient tonight. Thank you. And so we have a host of recommendations tonight for this item. I just want to make a motion for a whole sweep of approvals. Let me check with our city attorney, Christopher Diaz. Can we do that, Chris?
Thank you, Mayor. You can. I think number one, you do not need to act on, obviously, because you've obviously opened the public hearing and heard testimony, but it looks like you would be taking action on 2 through 7.
Awesome. Thank you for the confirmation. Okay, great. I'll move to approve item number 24, recommendations 2 through 7. Looking for a second.
Second.
We have a second by Councilmember Chua. All in favor of virtual call, Councilmember Pham.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
And myself is an aye. Item number 24 is approved. Congratulations to all the nonprofits and outside organizations. Another year of CDBG, and we look forward to seeing you again when ready. Thank you, Robert, Sharon. Thank you. All right. Thank you. moving on. Yeah, we're doing great, everybody. I just thank you. I think that's, sometimes they, let me pause here for a moment. Sometimes they do one of those poster things with the keywords, commonly used words. What are they called? It'll show like all the words you use the most, maybe on social media or something. And so I think the word I'm using the most lately is thank you. And I really mean it. So thank you very much for everybody's great work tonight at the meeting. We're making a great progress here, and we'll go ahead and proceed to item number 25. Let's conduct another public hearing and adopt a resolution adopting the 2020 Urban Water Management Plan and authorize the mayor to sign letters on behalf of the city council regarding water supply matters. And from our Director of Public Works, we have, from our Department of Public Works, our Director, let me start over. From our Department of Public Works, our Director, Tony Enda. Okay, great.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members. Tony and I here with the Public Works Department. And tonight we're here to hold a public hearing on the city's urban water management plan. Every 5 years, urban water suppliers in California are required by state law to prepare an urban water management plan. This plan is the city's long-term water resource planning document to ensure that adequate water supplies are available to meet future and existing needs within the city's service area. This urban water management plan provides an overall picture of the city's current and future water conditions and management over the next 20 to 25 years. I'll ask for the next slide. Next slide, please. There we go. So tonight's agenda, we are going to go over the background and purpose of the urban water management plan. We'll have a discussion about the reliability assessment, long-term water supply strategies. We'll discuss legislative actions and advocacies and have our recommendations. Tonight with us is, you'll be hearing from our consultant, Ms. Michelle Madaus of Madaus Water Management, who's been working very close with our city staff on the preparation of this urban water management plan, along with our city, our principal engineer, Mr. Harris Siddiqui, who will be on hand to answer any pertinent questions. We also have the great pleasure of having Ms. Nicole Sanculo here with us, who's the CEO of BOSCA. They've been doing a lot of work on our behalf, advocating for us from water supply issues left and right, particularly the Bay Delta plan, which you'll be hearing a lot about today in discussions. And she's here, dedicated her time here today to provide us a great presentation, all the work they've been doing for us. So with that, I want to turn it over to Ms. Michelle Madaus to walk us through the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members, and Milpitas residents. Next slide, please. So we're going to go over a little bit of the Urban Water Management Plan and the Planning Act. It started in 1983, and every 5 years since that time, water suppliers are required to submit plans to the state for 3,000, if they have more than 3,000 customers or 3,000 acre feet of water supplied annually. And the goal of the plan is to make sure that you have water supply under various hydrologic scenarios. Next slide, please. So in 2020, there are some new requirements. First, the long-term drought assessment in 5-year increments from the year 2020 to 2045. There is a near-term drought risk assessment that is done on an annual basis from 2021 through 2025. Additionally, the water shortage contingency plan is required to be a standalone document. Historically, it was included as like an appendix of a plan, but now it needs to be separate, and you'll be hearing from that on our next agenda item as well. Energy intensity reporting was also new and kind of coupled with some climate change information, and then reduced delta reliance reporting. Next slide, please. So the goal of a urban water management plan is to look at a few things. First of all, I have here item number A is to look at your water supply. Then you compare it to item number B, which is water use or your demand. You compare those and you come out with C, which is your water supply reliability. This has been similar as in past plans since 1983. However, for this new plan, they are looking at annual assessments and also near term, like 5-year assessments, which is trying to look at this in a shorter term period rather than just every 5 years for the next 20 to 25 years. Next slide, please. So let's look at a little bit of the water supply. In the year 2020, the portfolio for the city of Milpitas includes 3 main supplies. That includes SFPUC at 63%, Valley Water at 27%, and finally recycled water at 10%. Moving ahead to the year 2045, SFPUC is predicted to be 56%, 33% Valley Water, 8% recycled water, and you'll see a new green slice, and that is active conservation. Next slide, please. So let's look at each of these individually. So for SFPUC, we will look at how the first year, second year, third year, fourth year, and fifth dry years look as a supply. So you will notice on the left, starting in the year 2020, that in a first dry year and second dry year, looks okay, but moving again into the third, fourth, and fifth year, you see the bars decline. This is due to the introduction of the Bay Delta Plan and the reductions in the supply from SFPUC. Nicole Sankula will be discussing this and explaining the Bay Delta Plan during her part of the presentation. And you will see this will continue. And as Milpitas continues to grow, that is shown in the demand line, which is the green line on the top. So it does increase the shortfalls slightly. So by the year 2045, it will be a 54% shortfall. Next slide, please. Looking at the Valley Water System supply, similarly in the year 2025, it looks okay for the first 5 years, but then we are predicting a 20% shortfall. This is similar to what we have experienced from previous droughts with Valley Water. So the 2014 through 2016 drought, the city of Milpitas experienced a 20% shortfall. So we're assuming it would be similar in future droughts. And you can see again the same increase in demands in 2045. We're assuming that same 20% shortfall. Next slide, please. So looking at that was the supply picture. So looking at the demand picture. So currently in 2020, you can see on the left, I have million gallons, and that shows the actual volume of what's being used in 2020. It is predicted to increase about 5% a year for the next 5 years through the year 2045. After that time, it's assumed to be an annual increase of 0.7% for 2025 through 2045. That is again why the green line was slightly increasing on the previous slides. Next slide, please. So in summary, looking at the water supply, it's been relatively stable over the past decade. It's about 90% potable water. It's projected to remain stable at about 5% annual increase between now and 2025 and a 1% annual increase between 2025 and 2045. Next slide, please. So again, the goal of an urban water management is to compare supply and demand. So looking out a few decades, in this instance, we did look at 3 different hydrological conditions, and that is an average condition, which meaning, no drought, just kind of an average of previous years, a single dry year, or a 5-year consecutive drought. And of note, in previous urban water management plans, it was only a 3-year consecutive dry year look. For the 2020 plan, it's new, and now it is a 5-year consecutive dry year look. That's kind of in response to our previous drought, which lasted 4 years. So they have increased that timeline from 3 to 5-year review hydrologic conditions. The city at this time is not projected to meet their full demand through 2045. Again, this is due to the SFPUC's enactment of the Bay Delta Plan, which starts in the year 2023, as I've shown in previous slides. Milpitas also is assuming the 20% shortfall from Valley Water in the years 3 through 5. Next slide, please. So the question is, what are we doing for the city of Milpitas to address these shortfalls? And so there is some long-term water supply strategies under consideration at this time. There's some recommended water supply improvements based on the draft water master plan. That plan has previously been brought to the council, and it includes a few key elements. It includes new turnouts for additional supply capacity, new storage reservoir and pump stations, interconnections between SFP and Valley Water service areas, and groundwater wells. Next slide, please. This slide has been previously shown at earlier meetings, but we will include it here for context. So this again includes some of those projects under consideration that are recommended. The new interconnection between SFPUC and Valley Water, a NOR storage reservoir in the Valley Water service area, and a new turnout for additional supply capacity. Next slide, please. So the need for groundwater wells at this point are really due to external factors to the city, and there's three key elements. The first key element is that there is some state mandated development occurring, and so that's housing allocations that have been assigned to the city of Milpitas. The second thing is the SFPUC Bay Delta plans will potentially cut back supply in dry years, and then also Valley Water is expected to have 20% cutbacks in the 3rd to 5th year. So with that, next slide, please. We are looking at a scenario, if we incorporate the groundwater wells, how does our picture change? So again, I still have the demand on the top line. The graph is again in million gallons. On the left-hand side, you can see the different, the projected supply is your first bar, and you can see it increases. We are assuming that these wells would come online in the year 2030. And so you can see how that would increase the supply, or the very first bar increases. And again, that's necessary to counteract the decrease in supplies from Valley Water and also SFPUC in dry years. Next slide, please. So how many wells would we need? That's a great question. And so this slide is trying to address that. So in the very first year of a drought, that's the very first row. So in the year 2025, we would need approximately 2 wells. It is assumed that the wells would have a capacity of 1.2 MGD. In this, and you can see that would be similar out to year 2035, we would start needing a 3rd well, because again, the green line demand has been increasing. So we would need a 3rd well at that point. Second dry year, again, we would need 2 heading into 3 wells. 3rd dry year, we definitely need the 3rd well, and we'd be heading to a 4th well. And if we had a 4th and a 5th dry year, we would need 3 wells and then heading to 4 wells to be able to have adequate supply for the service area. Next slide, please. So with that, I'm going to turn it back over to the city staff. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Michelle. And like we mentioned in the beginning of the presentation, we do have Ms. Nicole Sankula here with us, CEO of BOSCA. A lot of you, some of you that may not have been able to work with Nicole before, I know our Vice Mayor is probably smiling ear to ear right now because she gets the benefit of being able to hear Nicole Sankula talk about BOSCA issues and what the great work they do for us. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Nicole Sankula to walk through the great work they're doing for us for advocacy efforts for water supply issues. So next slide, please.
Thank you, Tony, very much for that introduction. Good evening, Mayor, Madam Vice President, members of the council, Vice Mayor, sorry, I didn't want to promote you there, members of the council. I'm pleased to be here tonight. First, I'm going to explain just what BOSCA is, because I haven't had a chance to speak to you recently. BOSCA is the Bay Area Water Supply and Conservation Agency. We are a special district representing the interests of the 26 water suppliers in San Mateo, Santa Clara, and Alameda counties, and that includes the city of Milpitas. And the reason we represent all 26 of them is that they all rely upon the San Francisco Hetch Hetchy Regional Water System. And together, these 26 suppliers serve 1.8 million residents and over 40,000 businesses and hundreds of community organizations in this region. Next slide, please. This is actually a schematic of the San Francisco Regional Water System. It spans the entire width of the state of California, starting in the eastern side of the state, excuse me, in Yosemite National Park. 85% of our supply for the regional water system comes from the Tuolumne River watershed. It is impounded behind O'Shaughnessy Dam at Hetch Hetchy Reservoir. It comes across to us via pipelines that cross the entire width of the state by gravity, all the way up to San Francisco. Along the way, there's also supply from local sources. So in the East Bay, there are 2 reservoirs, Calaveras Reservoir and San Antonio Reservoir. And then on the peninsula, where I live, there's also Crystal Springs Reservoir, San Andreas Reservoir, and Pilarcitos. Those local reservoirs make up the balance of the 15% supply, 85% coming from Hetch Hetchy. Next slide, please. And the reason I'm here tonight is to talk about new regulations that do result in significant water supply impacts to this regional water system that the BOSCA agencies, including you, rely upon. The State Water Resources Control Board establishes water quality objectives to protect the beneficial uses of water in the Bay Delta. The State Board is established by the state legislature, and their job is to develop these regulations and implement these regulations to protect these beneficial uses. One such effort is called the Water Quality Control Plan for the San Francisco Bay, Sacramento, San Joaquin Delta Estuary, or Bay Delta Plan. In 2009, the State Board initiated an update of the Bay Delta Plan, the Phase 1 update. The Phase 1 update was focused on the San Joaquin rivers that flow from the south into the Delta, and that includes the Tuolumne River. They adopted the Bay Delta Plan Phase 1 update in December 2018 after 9 years of work. That adopted plan requires significantly increased Tuolumne River in-stream flows. The result of that is significant water supply impacts to the customers that rely upon the regional water system. That includes both San Francisco retail customers and BOSCA member agencies customers. Next slide. So this is a map of the central part of California. And just to try to orient you, we are focused on the Tuolumne River, which you'll see in that lower right-hand corner, which flows actually north into the Delta area. So that's the focus of our work. And like I said, where 85% of our water supply comes from. Next slide. So the adopted Bay Delta Plan requires significantly increased flows in the lower Tuolumne River, basically below what's called New Don Pedro Dam, which is the upper part where fisheries migrate to. This Phase 1 plan update requires 40% of unimpaired flow be released every year, whether it's wet or dry, into the lower Tuolumne River from the period February to June. So let me unpack that sentence a little bit because there's a lot in there. So unimpaired flow is a measurement of what the flow would be on a river at any given time, absent a dam. So if you think basically before development of that river, what would be the flow on the river? And that value is important because that is the value that is associated with individual entities' water rights. The State Board also controls water rights, and the way they determine that is based upon unimpaired flow. And agencies report their use of their water rights, and this is data that the State Board gets regularly. So the State Board utilized something that was convenient for it to both regulate and monitor and track. So they require 40% of unimpaired flow be released in that lower section of the Tuolumne River every year. So wet or dry, just 40% of what would otherwise be there. From February to June, which is our period of interest, because that's when the salmon are either have just released from their eggs, they're in the river and they're growing in the river, or they're going to be migrating out into the ocean. To give you some context for what that number means, since 1971, from February to June, the releases, these unimpaired flow releases, have averaged 32% of unimpaired flow on the river. But average doesn't mean much in a river like the Tuolumne River. We have very wet years and then we have very dry years. In wet years, in years when we have a lot of atmospheric rivers, for example, that we've all started talking about now, that average percent unimpaired flow has been 60% or more. In dry years, though, historically has been 10% or less. So there's a very wide range in historical practice. San Francisco, with its obligations for operating the system on the Tuolumne River in conjunction with the Modesto and the Turlock irrigation districts, have the responsibility for managing those resources in which they're entrusted to. And as part of that, they have closely reviewed the Bay Delta Plan, and they have expressed serious doubts about the Tuolumne River ecosystem benefits of the State Board's plan. And there are two key reasons for this. The first is that the State Board did not include in its development of this plan over 200 studies that have been performed on the Tuolumne River since the early 1990s that you and all your customers have paid for. The State Board rather, instead of using these Tuolumne specific studies, used what are more broad studies focused on salmon fishery rivers in the Pacific Northwest, so from Washington to Oregon and California. Again, obviously that's important information, but there are differences between the Columbia River, the different rivers up in Washington and Oregon than there are in the rivers, the Tuolumne River. In addition, the State Board in developing this plan did not reflect the existing actual river conditions or the specific issues on the Tuolumne River that need to be addressed in order to provide the desired benefits, basically, in order to protect the fisheries. So San Francisco has expressed concern that the Bay Delta Plan actually will not succeed. Next slide. So what does this mean? And you heard some of this from your consultant already. This is actually a slide that I used in front of the State Board when they were considering adopting the plan 2 years ago. And I use it tonight because I find it helpful because nothing has changed over those 2 years, actually 3 years now. And a way to think about these impacts is when I was presented this slide, we were just coming out of our last drought. The region as a whole had achieved 26% roughly in conservation savings. Your customers really stepped up. If we were to implement the Bay Delta Plan at that time, your customers would need to implement or reduce your use an additional 20 or 30% beyond what they had already reduced. Or as you heard from your consultant today, if we look moving forward to normal year demands, we would need to reduce or impose rationing of 40 to 50%. Not only is the rationing significantly increased to levels that we have never experienced before, the number of dry year shortages would double or triple. Currently, we estimate that we have shortages 1 in every 10 years. Depending upon the level of demand, those shortages would increase to 2 in 10 years or 3 in 10 years. So not only were your customers experiencing greater rationing, they would experience it a lot more often. Next slide. So what do we do in this situation? San Francisco has worked with the 2 irrigations that it operates on the Tuolumne River with, and they have developed a voluntary agreement proposal that is supported by science on the river. It does use those 200 studies that have been performed on the Tuolumne River since then. In fact, it uses the $25 million, the information from that on studies that have been done just the last 5 years alone. These studies provide significant information about the fishery on the Tuolumne River specifically and what should be done to improve that fishery. And it includes a combination of measures. So it's not just a percentage of impaired flow. Rather, it provides functional flows, increased flows, but that are targeted towards a certain life stage for the salmon or a restriction on the river that we know is a problem for the environment. It also includes monies for restoring habitat. So commitments for monies and plans to restore habitat, reducing predation, managing aquatic species, and better managing of hatcheries. Next slide. When the State Board adopted the Bay Delta Plan, they included a framework that recognized that voluntary agreements that meet or exceed the proposed objectives to protect the fish and wildlife could be beneficial for this process as an alternative to the adopted Bay Delta Plan. Governor Newsom right now is providing critical leadership on these types of negotiations that are ongoing. The Secretary of Natural Resources, Wade Crowfoot, and the Secretary of Cali, PA, Jared Blumenfeld, are leading these negotiations And, I am in communications with them about our interests in this. We're all really working hard to try to move forward on voluntary statewide agreements. Unfortunately, there was no activity at all last year due to state and federal litigation activities that were ongoing at the time. The talks were reinitiated at the beginning of this year. They have, again, now seemed to stall with the drought discussions. So we're continuing our efforts to support having a Tuolumne River voluntary agreement be analyzed by the state board as an alternative to the adopted Bay Delta plan. Because in my assessment and BOSCA's assessment, in the absence of settlements, unproductive litigation will prolong this situation, not helping the environment and also impacting your customers and the communities that you serve. Next slide. So in closing, kind of where are we going with this, and what is BOSCA doing to secure your water supply reliability given these identified impacts? And they fall into three categories. First, I am regularly reporting the BOSCA board is actively engaged on this issue, as well as your staff on this. So we discuss it regularly. Doing the necessary formal public comments. We've also intervened in the Bay Delta litigation to protect our interests in the event that the litigation approach is actually what ends up resolving this issue. Separately, we are actively advocating and reminding San Francisco of its contractual and legal water supply obligations to you. And we successfully urged the PUC to initiate what they call their new alternative water supply planning program. Basically a planning effort that incorporates new water supplies and the idea of developing those to fill this water supply gap. And BOSCA supported an allocation of $288 million in San Francisco's 10-year CIP to initiate this effort. And then lastly, BOSCA is actively engaged with state and local elected officials, water customers, other constituents on this issue, and again, with a focus on moving the Tuolumne River Voluntary Agreement to the State Board for analysis as an alternative to the adopted Bay Delta plan, so we can secure your water supply reliability. That completes my comments.
Thank you, Nicole. So we do have the recommendations here for you. I will not go through and read all of them for you. I do just want to emphasize on the third item on the recommendations for the mayor to sign letters. I recognize that back in May 18th of 2021, we did bring a legislative advocacy policy item to council. This item wasn't explicitly addressed on there. So that's why we're calling it out here specifically to have this item added on there going forward. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Tony, and to our guests for the presentation. Nicole from BOSCA, great seeing you and having you here in virtual Milpitas. Your organization just so amazing, the work and advocacy for the Bay Area, and I know the Vice Mayor has been over there for a number of years since being on the City Council, and just really want to recognize the great work, and Michelle, welcome as well. I will go ahead and move to open the public hearing. Hearing if there are no objections. I don't see or hear any objections to opening the public hearing, so that is moved. The public hearing is now open. Let's go to our attendees here tonight. Okay, first up, Voltaire Montemure. Okay, Voltaire Montemayor, come on down. Here we go. All
okay, right. I found unmute, right? See me?
Yes.
Yeah, the pie says San Francisco because gravity high, 1 mile altitude, the Santa Clara Valley, and the recycle is the most. Then the bottom line is, I would say the rain, the dam, the dredging, the reservoir retaining, and then for the money, the infrastructure every 5 years or the lifespan of the pipes. Well, the drought scenario as mentioned is we have the remedial objectives and for the departmental overall offices like the VASCA. And we cannot go for desalination, distillation, and artificial rain. I think that's very expensive. So we have to feed. I mean, we hope that the Ptolemy River will be fed of sources of water, especially the rain, and we cannot have the surplus if we don't have a surplus from the rain. Thank you.
Very much, Mr. Montemayor. Okay, we're still on item number 25. It's the public hearing, and we want to hear from folks. If you're here for item number 25, let's hear from you. It's the public hearing. If I don't see any virtual raised hands for this item, I will look to close the public hearing. If I hear no objections, going once, going twice, going three times, and I hear no objections to closing the public hearing, and so that's been moved. Public hearing is now closed. Thank you, everybody. And we'll bring this item back to the virtual dais. I'll just kick it off. As a licensed recreational fisher here in the state of California, who's caught 4 fish so far this year, I can't say how important it is to protect our wildlife. And our rivers are certainly affected right now with the drought and the kind of the water stream. I was on ABC YouTube channel the other night, and there was a little feature they had on YouTube about how the fish are being affected, and it's a big problem. A lot of the fish, just their ability to reproduce, to go up and down the rivers, and their inability to do so, it really endangers their species. And so I get it. And as the administrator of the Milpitas Fishing Group on Facebook, I want to advocate for not just the water priority, but also for the wildlife and fish priority as well. So I'm glad we have this item tonight, and I look forward to supporting it. I will go to my colleagues for their thoughts if they want. I'll look for any virtual raised hands. Okay, next up we have Councilmember Fan.
Thank you, staff, and thank you, Nicole, for the very thorough presentation. I'll admit that water policy is not really something that I'm strong on. I'm still learning very much so about what your organization does, but I do know that you do important work, and I hope we can continue to count on you in holding, other stakeholders accountable as it relates to water infrastructure. I'm told that the Bay Delta, if it gets implemented, we'd have disastrous consequences. Can you go further into detail as to what that would look like potentially if it's actually come to fruition, and what are our efforts or what are our options to address that?
Michelle, do you want to answer that, or would you like me to address that?
Why don't I start and then you can follow? How about that? So
Okay.
The short answer to your question is that the plan that we showed does include the Bay Delta plan taking effect. So all of those graphs and all that information actually does incorporate that it is going through in 2023. It also has an assumption that if that looks like that's going to be the case, that's what we were showing the draft water master plan that incorporates some additional things that Milpitas can do to turn around and change that picture. So that's basically what we see. It was assumed, it takes in place, and then what the draft water master plan is trying to counteract. But there very much could be some things that change before then, but it absolutely assumes it's going to occur.
What's the timeline looking like?
I'll turn that over to Nicole.
So in your plan that's before you tonight, It assumes that the Bay Delta plan will get implemented starting in 2023. I think that is a very aggressive assumption, given that there are, I think it's over 10 lawsuits have been filed against the Bay Delta plan on multiple sides of the issue. And those are not, they have not been consolidated or pulled together. So right now, those are actually 10 different independent lawsuits on the State Board's plan. And that's just for the CEQA action, not for the implementation action. So I think we have several years to go before it actually gets implemented. But as I said, your plan assumes 2023 and then also has some identified options for water supply that you have the ability to implement if those steps start to show up.
Thank you. And would you, by any chance, happen to know what the immediate fiscal impact would be on the city?
Well, the immediate fiscal impact, unfortunately, what will happen is if San Francisco has to reduce their allocation to you by 50%, the way you pay San Francisco, the wholesale customers owe them the share of cost to operate the system, which is independent generally from how much water is delivered. So there would be, just like when we go through drought scenarios, there's an increase in the rate that you pay San Francisco for the wholesale rate. We would anticipate that same thing to happen in the future.
Would it be proportionate to the supply that it's reduced by? In terms of the
that is difficult. That is difficult to say at this point because some of that will really depend upon what kind of investments we end up making. Goes back to that alternative water supply plan. If San Francisco, it's not an either or option, right? There's probably a lot of room where they may implement some projects, maybe not everything. Hard to know the answer yet. So I don't have an easy answer for you, but it would result in an increased cost of water that is not insignificant.
Thank you.
Very well. Thank you very much, Councilmember Finn. All right. Next up with the virtual raised hand, we have the Vice Mayor, Carmen Montano.
Thank you, Mayor, and hello, Nicole. Good to see you again. So I just wanted to let the council know that I'm really glad that the mayor will be signing that letter in agreement with the voluntary agreements. And it's really important for the council to know that the main goal of BOSCWA is to ensure that we have clean, safe water in our city and that we have enough for our residents. And that's really that's our fiduciary responsibility. We have to ensure that. And this voluntary agreement will it'll sustain that we have some the water flows will be balanced and that there'll be there's a lot of thought into. She mentioned about there was what 20 years or 20 I think you mentioned there's 20 studies that have gone, and yet the water board did not state water board did not really look at all those. But I think we know best because we are the residents and we know that we have to have clean, safe water for our residents. So I'm glad that the mayor that you're going to sign that letter in support. And thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. You said it, Vice Mayor. BOSCWA for many years has advocated for all sorts of our water needs here in the Bay Area. And I'm very thankful for the organization. And I think tonight's agenda item is a very important action that many cities are taking. Oh my goodness, all of them maybe. You know, we know how important water is here in Milpitas. We have a special connection with the Hetch Hetchy pipeline. Special connection, no pun intended. Okay, great. Looking for any further virtual raised hands for this item? We already took the public comment and concluded the public hearing. And so we do have item number 25 we're looking to approve. I want to look to my colleagues, Councilmember Fan. I see a virtual raise hand.
I'm not sure if it's apples to oranges, but like, what would you say is more of a priority in terms of long-term infrastructure? Would it be addressing the river flow or making improvements on the reservoir? I know they're both water infrastructure, but I'm trying to understand in terms of where we should be prioritizing our dollars, if that makes sense.
Nicole, would you like to?
Yeah, so just for clarification, improvements to the reservoir, do you mean by
The expansion.
investing in new supplies? Or
I'm referring to the expansion of the Pacheco Pass.
oh, Pacheco? The Pacheco Reservoir that Valley Water's considering?
Yeah.
Well,
is it one of those things that you have to address like simultaneously, or if one be taken priority?
Right. So two different organizations. So Valley Water is one wholesaler that you have. So Milpitas has the benefit of having two wholesalers. So Valley Water is your one wholesaler. Valley Water has a suite of projects they're looking at. And one of those projects is a new Pacheco Reservoir, the new Pacheco Reservoir in the South County, to deal with Valley Water's obligations to the Santa Clara County area, which is separate and distinct from the San Francisco Regional Water System and San Francisco's obligations to its wholesale customers that they have, and the need for them to make investments to make sure they meet those obligations if the Bay Delta Plan gets implemented. So they're two independent agencies, and you happen to be one of just about, there's 8 agencies that are in both groups. You're kind of unique in that way, and both entities, Santa Clara and San Francisco, have to look at these projects for the broad grouping of agencies that they work with, not just Milpitas. So, San Francisco, on behalf of the group, I am going to continue to press San Francisco to develop these alternatives and make sure that supply is reliable. I'm not actively engaged in Valley Water District's project and the Pacheco Reservoir. Does that help?
Yeah, thank you. Sorry,
Okay.
I'm really
No,
ill-informed on the subject.
No, it's totally fine, and I don't. Yeah, no, it's a not an unusual question. So.
Very well. We got your back, Councilmember Fan. All the experts are here tonight, and the Vice Mayor has been representing us over there for quite some time. And so you have many folks to rely on as your support group for water policy. Fantastic. Okay, great. We're still on item number 25, and I will look to my colleagues for any further virtual raised hands. If not, I'm hearing a lot of consensus for this item. And I'll give it 1 or 2 or 3 seconds here to see if there's any further virtual raised hands from my colleagues. If not, I will look to move to approve item number 25, recommendations 2 and 3, and looking for a second.
Second.
Then we got a second from Councilmember Chua. All in favor, virtual roll call. Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
And myself as an aye. Item number 25 has been approved. Thank you very much, Nicole and Michelle, for being here tonight with us. And I'm glad to get you out of here at a decent time of the night, 9 p.m. And thank you very much, Tony.
Thank you very much.
Okay, great. Come again. All right. Item number 26, let's conduct a public hearing and adopt a resolution adopting the water shortage contingency plan. We're still talking about water. Let's learn some more. And we have, again, still with us, our Director of Public Works, Tony Enda.
Thank you, Mayor, and good evening again. Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members. Can't get rid of us that easy. We are here now to go on to part number 2, Public Works, public hearing number 2, which is discussion of our city's water shortage contingency plan. In past years, this document was included as part of the urban water management plan. With this revised document for this year, we have it as a standalone document. The huge difference between the two discussions is, as you saw during the urban water management plan discussion, that discussed water supply and demand. What you'll be hearing about in the next presentation is a discussion about how to handle water shortages when we have droughts or other emergencies. We are ripe within a drought right now, so a lot of discussion today will be very valuable to what you'll be hearing from and what actions we need to take as residents to ensure that this valuable water supply is conserved, given the drought that we're in. So I ask for the presentation to come up, please. And the next slide. So again, Mayor and Vice Mayor, City Council members still with us, Michelle Madaus, who worked on this document with our city staff. This time you'll hear a lot more from our city staff member. So Mr. Harris Siddiqui is here, principal engineer in our public works department, who will go ahead and handle a bulk of some of the slides here as well. We'll go through and talk about the background and purpose. We'll talk about this new requirement, which is for an annual assessments to be conducted. We'll also talk about the new requirement here in the water shortage contingency plan for 6 stages levels. Then Harris will really go into discussion about the demand reduction actions that we currently have in place today and what we can continue to do in the future. Talk about our rebate programs, which will be super important for residents to really tap into to continue to conserve water. We'll talk about next steps, and then your recommendation slide will be up next. So take it away, Michelle.
Great, thank you. And good evening again, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members, and Milpitas residents. So let's talk a little bit about the background and purpose of the water shortage plan. So this is a new requirement in 2018 through the water conservation legislation. They requested that the water shortage plans be a standalone document. This is a result of the fact that we did go through a 4-year drought in California. And at that time, a lot of the plans were not very consistent across the state. Some were ordinances, some were short plans. And so they said that it would be better if everybody had standalone documents that were clear and had certain requirements included. So this is a new requirement, and this plan is to address that. So the key elements that are incorporated are the annual water supply and demand assessment, the 6 standard water shortage levels, which I'll talk about in just a moment, shortage response actions, and communication protocols, which will be covered by Harris. Next slide, please. So a new annual assessment process will be conducted every year. Starting in about May, you will conduct an annual assessment. That means you'll get information from Valley Water, you'll get information from SFPUC, and you will take a look at what your supply looks like at that time. If there is no shortage identified, that's the top row, then there's no further action needed. If there is a shortage identified, that's the bottom lower yellow line, then you will do a city council adoption of the water shortage level and implement the actions according to that level. And then the staff will implement, communicate, and enforce those actions. Next slide, please. So let's take a look at those 6 levels. So these levels were requested and identified by the California Department of Water Resources. There is 10% cutback per shortage level. Each shortage level has response actions associated with it. So if you're going to go from a level 1 to a level 2, there will be specific actions required to go to those higher levels of water shortage. And again, this would be similar throughout the state. Therefore, the state, if they need to call a specific level, it would be consistent through all their water suppliers. Next slide, please. I'm going to turn that back over to Harris.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council, city residents. I hope y'all can hear me. I had some issues with my microphone earlier, so shaking heads.
You're great. Yeah, we
Yes.
can hear you loud and clear. Lima Charlie.
So these are obviously dues, hence the thumbs up. This is part of our ordinance actually that was passed in 2017, which was when the drought call was lifted. But as some of you may recall, we kept some of the ordinance requirements in place to make water conservation a Milpitas way of life. So coincidentally, irrespective of the Bay Delta plan and the work that Valley Water is doing and their call for conservation that they put into effect last week, droughts and less rain is starting to become a trend in California. So making conservation obviously a way of life is a good strategy. So these are some of the items that we did keep as part of our level 1 action plan. So coincidentally, as for this coming, for where we are right now, level 1 is where we are. So we don't necessarily have to do anything in terms of amending or adopting a new ordinance to accommodate the new shortages that we're experiencing. We're already in level 1, so some of those I won't go through all of them, but these are the watering schedules for new homes, putting in more water efficient ways of irrigating, and then you'll see recirculating water a lot. So recirculating means that it's not a one-way pass through. You have a system, a pump in there that recirculates the water that you've already drawn from the system. So yeah, these are the dues. These are, like I said, already part of our ordinance. So this is kind of a Milpitas way of life is already in level 1. So next slide. And then obviously the don'ts. Some of these are kind of intuitive. Some of them may not be. Hosing sidewalks, driveways, hardscapes is part of our don't do ordinance to reduce or limit or eliminate water waste. Letting water run off into paved areas. So if you're irrigating, for example, having an irrigation system that wastes a lot of water into areas that obviously don't need water. And then some of them are kind of intuitive, not replacing plumbing if it's broken. Again, here's where the recirculating component of it comes in again. For commercial car washes, should have a recirculating water system. And for a cooling system, so these are large AC units, have 50% of the water be recirculated. So this is part of our level 1, obviously, as Michelle and the previous 2 slides ago showed. There's 6 action levels. So as you can imagine, each action level beyond level 1 will have a little bit more stringent don'ts and requirements as part of the ordinance. So that's what will be coming to you in August as an ordinance update to ensure that the water storage contingency plan and the ordinance and all the action levels are presented and included as part of the ordinance. Next slide, please. So we're obviously interested and want to encourage finding ways to promote water conservation. Obviously, everyone would agree that conserving water is promoting conservation and conserving water is definitely a benefit, especially in drought times and unforeseen and unforeseeable conditions coming ahead. So the city does, and along with Valley Water and SFPUC, works to promote different ways to conserve water and to provide literature and information to residents on how to go about that. So there's a lot of rebate programs that are available there's landscape workshops that the city, in conjunction with Bosca and in some cases Valley Water, put together. So there's a lot of information on savewatermilpitas.org, and as the conditions and the environment changes, that website's constantly updated to reflect the latest rebate programs and the information that's available for residents to use to help conserve water and make it a way of life for the city. So next slide, please. So again, this is the savewatermilpitas.org. It's just a little snapshot of the website. So there's a lot of different avenues to go down and look at different apps that you can download on your mobile device. And, really just promote water conservation any way we can and help residents achieve that ultimate goal of making it a way of life. So there's a My Milpitas mobile app, the savewatermilpitas.org, and there's an abundant amount of information available for residents to get on and sort of learn more about water conservation and some of the efforts and ways that they can help conserve water on the sort of customer side. So next slide, please. And then communication obviously is key. So we're working on a few different avenues of communicating to residents and businesses on their, the monthly supply condition updates. So, what is the current situation of our water supply availability? As part of the water shortage contingency plan, we're going to be getting water assessments from the wholesalers. So that's important to address and understand how that impacts our system. We'll, weekly public outreach, whether it's mailers or through social media, provide resources at public events. So, take that opportunity to do that or put together those workshops and sort of announce it there. Word of mouth, and then obviously investigate waste complaints, so water waste complaints. So, the relying on the community to see, and it's not nefarious. It's sometimes something's not working right, and an irrigation system is wasting water, and no one knows about it. So investigating those complaints / info from the public to let us know that there's some water waste happening. So next slide.
Thank you, Harris. Yeah, thank you, Harris. So just our next steps here is submitting this document. It is required by state law for us to submit our completed urban water management plan, which we already approved, and this water shortage contingency plan to the state by July 1st. So we're not going to ignore that timeframe. Like Harris and Michelle mentioned, we're going to continue doing public outreach. We do have a current ordinance in place right now, which does have water use restrictions. I know everyone is very concerned, as they should be, about the drought and what actions we should and should not be taking. Those items are codified in our ordinance right now. So we're going to continue to provide outreach to the public about what that ordinance currently is. We'll continue outreach efforts on that ordinance. But when we come back in August, which is step 4 there, we're going to take the items which we hope will get approved tonight and then make that part of a newer ordinance, which is a new assessment that Michelle talked about, the new 6 levels that Michelle talked about, and also the reduction actions that are also talked about in this new water shortage contingency plan. So I think the main message here is for folks to know that we're in a drought. We have an ordinance right now, which we will continue to use to address that drought. If folks see something, use the My Milpitas app to report those so we can properly investigate those water waste complaints and educate folks on what they should and shouldn't be doing. Next slide, please. And with that, I'll leave it at the recommendations here and turn it back over to you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Tony and Harris. Great presentation. And Michelle, I want to thank you for being with us. We've been so busy this month, and really the last couple of months. I can. My mind is starting to work now. I remember you're doing everything for us almost with the water, and so great seeing you, having you here tonight. So thank you for the information tonight as well as part of our team. Okay, great. All right, time for the public hearing, folks. I'll go ahead and move to open it if I hear no objections. Okay, I hear no objections to opening the public hearing, so that's been moved. Public hearing is now open. Let's go to our attendees. Voltaire Montemayor, sir.
Oh, thank you. I'm muted. Yeah. Sir, as mentioned a while ago, to make additional reservoir before the main reservoir is not feasible also because we need a clay in between mountains, the valley. We need irrigations. It stays water in the tanks, big tanks. It's not feasible also. Need a lot of funds. So I think the hope is we pray for the rain to pour down at least in summertime, in any time before the contingency order will come. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Montemayor. You said it. Pray for the rain. I agree. Okay, public hearing time. Looking for public comment for item number 26. If there's anybody that'd like to speak for item number 26 during the public hearing here, now is the time. We're going to keep this meeting going. I know we have other items with attendees here for those as well. I see your names. It's great. It's like looking into the audience of the chamber and seeing all the community members, in the present. But I am happy to see your name as well on the Zoom. And okay, I don't see any further public comment during the public hearing. I'll go ahead and, if I hear no objections, look to move the public hearing to close before we go to the dais here. Okay, hearing no objections, the public hearing is now closed for item number 26. Let's bring it back up to the virtual dais. And first up, we have Council Member Chua.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. Can I see the slide, please, that shows all the rebates? The one before this one. This one. I know that Valley Water is increasing their rebate on some of this, on most of these programs. Starting July 1st, they're going from $1 to $2. And the $1, we do a matching fund. We match their $1 with our city fund from the water, I think from the water fund. Now, July 1st, they're increasing it to $2. Do we have plans to match that $2 to make it more attractive for our residents to do most of these programs?
Thank you for that question, Councilmember Chua. So back in, I believe it was 2015 or so, Council did approve a CIP project, which we've been using to fund these rebate efforts. So there are certain items on here where we do have a match. And so for those items that we do have a 1-for-1 match, we will be using that CIP project to continue our process of matching.
Can we match? Can we match the $2 that Valley Water is increasing their rebate starting July 1st? Can we do a $2 for $2 match?
I see Walter's unmuted, so I'm going to pause and see if he's got something to say.
Good evening, Council Member and Mayor. Walter Rossman, Deputy City Manager. If the Council desires to change or improve or increase the rebate program, which we currently have in place, it would require Council direction. If you give us direction tonight, we'll come back with an update of the program.
Okay, I would like to do that. And there's another program that I kind of like, and that's their Lawn Buster program, where they do an online assessment and they do planting, and they do quality assurance as a follow-up. The issue I have with that program, they only open it up to seniors, veterans, low income, and physically challenged residents. So what I would like to do is open it up to more residents to do that program, since we are in a drought phase 1. So if we can look into that, I don't know the cost that Valley Water has, but I would like to look into expanding that program to not just those groups, but to more residents.
So are you interested in basically low-income residents with a low-income threshold?
Any which way that we can expand it,
okay.
But we can, the way I look at it is we can either limit it to depending on the funding that we have, and maybe we can accommodate 100 residents, maybe 50 residents, or whatever it is.
I hear you, Councilmember Chua. I want to add to piggyback on what you're saying. I think you have a great idea. I love your idea. I want to support it, and I hope we can support it, and I think we will support it tonight. But I think what Walter is asking is, I think what we have established at this time with helping out with this program is the eligibility sort of threshold that currently exists, and it kind of is for low income or seniors within that socioeconomic level. And if for us to expand it, because I hear you want to expand it, I'm with you. If we can expand it based on income level, and that way it can serve what you're proposing can serve the most in need. And so,
Tran, could I just chime in here? I know there's some strong feelings about this issue, and it's a good one. But I do want to make sure that we're staying Brown Act compliant. This isn't on the agenda tonight, so we can definitely take direction as staff and bring it back to you, and then we
can go bring it back.
Full discussion about it. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Great. So I want to second the ceremonially, if anything, second Councilmember Chua's idea to bring it back. When can we bring it back? ARPA funding or which meeting? We'll just direct staff to bring it back as soon as possible and appropriate. How's that sound?
I appreciate that, Mayor, because we may need a little bit extra time versus just a few days before the next.
Hey, there we go. As soon as possible, appropriate. It could be extra days, whatever it is. We know you'll bring it to us, and so that's.
I just want to make it clear. Right now, those qualified individuals are being paid by the Valley Water. What we're expanding is for us. That's all.
There it is. There it is. Awesome.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Walter. Thank you, Tony.
Yeah. Great. Okay, so is that enough direction? I don't hear any objections. Great. Thank you very much, Councilmember Chua. Let's see here. And it's just been like that, Councilmember Chua, for the past 6 months. Just your fresh ideas. I love it. I just want to say that. Great job. Let's see. Next up, we have the Vice Mayor, Carmen Montano.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you go back to the slide where you had the conservation efforts, the list? So these are what you're recommending. I agree with them. The other thing.
One minor correction, Vice Mayor, these are current programs that we have in place. So we're just encouraging more folks to take advantage of these existing programs.
Oh, okay. Where's the one that, because we had to come up with a plan, which is the one that has.
You're probably talking about the do's and don'ts slide with the current ordinance actions that we can take. Is that correct?
Oh, I thought for some reason I thought this was I thought there was one. Well, there was one of the do's and don'ts, but I thought we had another one that. Well, show me the do's, not the don'ts. Okay, there you go. So I'm wondering, are we proposing to have certain days, watering days, like only on Mondays, or are we just not going there?
Yeah, thank you, Vice Mayor. We do already in our ordinance have a watering schedule. Kudos to the council, I would say, for when we did come back in 2017. I remember coming in front of the council at that time looking to rescind certain measures, and council stuck with it, which was really emphasizing making conservation a way of life. So we do have a watering schedule that's currently in existence in our ordinance, in our current ordinance right now, which like we mentioned during the presentation, we'll be actively enforcing that ordinance, especially now that we're in the drought that we're in.
Okay, great. And then recycled water with a lot of HOAs. How are we making sure that they're not watering, they have a timer, and not just HOAs, but even businesses. How are we making sure that they're conserving?
Yeah, I want to just, I'm going to turn the discussion over, the recycled water portion, because I know you mentioned that. I want to turn that over to Harris, who runs our recycled water program. And then Harris, if you can answer the part of the question too.
Yeah, so recycled water is delivered to us by the city of San Jose, the treatment plant. So where we have an ordinance that requires you to use recycled water if there's a recycled water main in front of your property. This is obviously for, like you mentioned, HOAs, large developments, or commercial, institutional, industrial sites. So that's on the recycled water front. In terms of water waste, for potable water, for irrigation, it's a little difficult to determine if someone is wasting water, just given the nature of metering water systems. But we do keep track of anomalies. So if we see that there's spikes in water use, we do look at that. Generally, though, for most Milpitas accounts, there seems to be a very consistent supply and demand, or at least demand. Now supply is a little based on a conversation earlier, unknown, but demand wise, this is pretty consistent.
Okay, thank you. I was thinking maybe we should have a water hotline, because sometimes you see a broken valve and you see all the water spilling onto the street and you don't know who to call. I recall way back when we had the drought of 2015, I believe.
Right.
And at that time, I called up our facilities mate, but nobody answered. So perhaps we should have some type of a hotline, and if someone's seeing some water spilling on the street.
I want to jump in for this one.
Anyway, that's it. Thank
talking
you.
about water, I'm going to jump in on this one. No, not talking about a pool. I'm talking about the discussion. So I'm not talking about a swimming pool, but yeah, we do have the Public Works line, 4way-586-2600. If it's after hours, the folks can call our non-emergency PD line, from what I was told. And we have the My Milpitas app. I saw a resident reported what they suspected was a water leak on there. But I know we're going to make efforts to publicize those informations for, city website, even just when folks are looking for that info, can go to the Public Works page, or maybe there could be a water page. And so I'm really looking forward to our city promoting our communication channels going forward, and I know we will. So, but yeah, folks need to know the number. Who do I call? Yeah. Okay. Great.
And Mayor, if you I'll just add, if you go to savewatermilpitas.org, we actually do have a separate hotline just for water waste complaints as well. So you go to savewatermilpitas.org, the hotline number, which our Vice Mayor's talking about, is directly on there, goes directly to our staff that investigates those reports. But like you said, Mayor, we want to emphasize that My Milpitas app is the world for us. It's nothing better than taking a picture of a spot or dropping a pin in a spot and having staff go directly to where the issue is. Phone calls just don't do that as well. So please, if you have not downloaded the app from your Apple Store or from your Google Play Store, look for it, My Milpitas app. It is the way to go.
It really is. I'm going to talk about my experience with it because it was awesome. No one wants to hear that from me. Okay, great. All right. Okay. Okay. Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. And I'll look to my colleagues if there's any further requests for this item number 26. If I don't see any further requests going once, going twice, 3 times, I'm going to move to approve item number 26, recommendation number 2, since we've already done the public hearing. And I'll move to approve item number 26, recommendation number 2. Looking for a second.
Second.
We have a second from Councilmember Chua. Yeah. All in favor, virtual roll call. Councilmember Pham.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
And myself as an aye. Item number 26 is approved. Thank you very much, Harris and Tony and Michelle. Thanks for being with us tonight. I think that's that's the last item for you. So we'll see you next time. Yeah. Very cool. Take care. All right. All right. Cross this one off the list. All right. We're on our last public hearing, folks. We're doing excellent. One of the best meetings thus far. Knock on wood here in City Hall. So this is an interesting one. Before we get into it, there's a couple of resolutions within this item. And I want to say thanks to our city staff and our city clerk, Wendy Wood, for preparing me. I'm going to really be a little more careful with this item as we look to approve it. And so City Council, here we go. Let's conduct a public hearing, adopt resolution A. That's the first resolution. Conduct a special election for Community Facilities District number 2008-1 annexation 21, and adopt resolution B, which is the second resolution. And here we go. Let's go to our Director of Engineering, Steve Erickson.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Next slide, please. So parcel located at 1380 1400 South Main Street is a 2.4 acre site located within the transit area specific plan area, otherwise known as the Metro plan area. Parcels were merged back on November 25th, 2020. Next slide, please. And on October 16th, 2018, the City Council approved a general plan, specific plan, and zoning amendments, and developed applications for a 220 unit residential project known as Main Street Milpitas. A condition of approval requires a site to be annexed into the Community Facilities District 2008-1 to allow levy of special taxes to fund public services that benefit the development. The city previously formed CFT 2008-1 pursuant to the Melrose Community Facilities Act of 1982 for the purpose of financing public services. Next slide, please. So for the purpose of the annexation tonight, parcel 21 is shown in the circle, the two parcels there, 1380 and 1400. Next slide, please. So back on May 4th, 2021, the City Council adopted Resolution of Intent, ROI, to declare the city's intention to annex the property into CFD 2008-1 and to set a council date of June 15th, 2021 to 1, hold a public hearing, 2, to conduct a special election for CFD 2008-1 annexation number 21, and to consider a resolution to declare the election results and levy a special tax on the property. Next slide, please. Following approval of the resolution of intent, the city obtained a certificate from the County Register of Voters that the developer is the sole landowner and qualified elector or voter for the property. The developer has executed a consent and waiver form to streamline certain Melrose Act special election requirements. And a notice of public hearing was posted and published on June 4th, 2021 in the Milpitas Post to meet the public noticing requirement in the Melrose Act. Next slide, please. So for brevity, I won't read all 5 recommendations tonight, but this concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Erickson, for the presentation. It is a public hearing, and I'll go ahead and look to open the public hearing, hearing no objections. If there are no objections, I hear no objections. The public hearing is now open. And we'll go to our attendees here this evening, back to the attendees here in the Zoom platform. If there's anybody here that'd like to speak on item number 27, welcome to the public hearing. We are here tonight to discuss and receive your comments. I see no virtual raised hands. Oh, there's one. There it is right there. Mr. Montemayor.
This time, I want to be cautious also, Mayor. I think the city and the staff got the details, so I'll be careful also. Sorry. Thank you.
All right, you got it. All right. Better safe than sorry. That's how I feel sometimes. Thank you. All right, taking public comment here in the public hearing. I see no further virtual raised hands. Going once, going twice, going three times, giving you a chance here. I don't see anything. So if there are no objections, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. I hear no objections. We're going to go ahead and close the public hearing. Okay, great. Back to the virtual dais. And yeah, I think for me on this item, in the past, I was not in support of the project due to my concerns with the parking. However, tonight I'm going to go ahead and support the item because I want to respect the council's decision, the previous council that approved it. I want to respect that. And plus tonight is really about public services and, you know, really providing this location, you know, access to the equal sort of city services and recognition as other homes in the city. So for tonight, you know, I will be supporting this item. Let's go ahead. There's a couple of resolutions we're going to make a motion for separately, but I guess we can get comment on each of them respectfully. So if anybody would like to comment, first virtual raised hand I do see here is the Vice Mayor, Carmen Montano.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm in support of this community facilities district. It's the same concept as the St. Clair and the McCarthy. You've set up these districts so that way they can fund the infrastructure, the lighting, the streets, and so forth. So no, this is the way to go. Thank you.
Right on, right on. I echo that. Thank you. Okay, any further virtual raised hands? You know, I think the future is going to be positive with that location in that part of town. Certainly when you drive by it now, it's not looking good, but that's okay. That's we'll get past that. Okay, great. All right. Okay. All right. Since we did the public hearing, I want to go to the city clerk to provide the protest count of registered voters and landowners within CFD number 2008-1 or proposed annexation territory.
Good evening, Mayor Tran. There were no protests received.
Thank you. All right, and I'll go ahead and make a motion to adopt resolution A. Looking for a second.
Second.
We got a second by the Vice Mayor. All in favor, virtual call. Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
Myself as an aye. The motion is carried. This is the time for the city clerk to canvass the ballots and to report the results of the election to the city council.
We have one ballot that was received, and I will go ahead and open that ballot.
I'm so excited.
And And there is one vote in favor of the proposition. So all propositions are approved.
Awesome. Woo, great. Okay. And now there's the second resolution per the agenda. And I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to adopt resolution B. Looking for a second.
Second.
We have a second from Councilmember Fan. All in favor, virtual roll call. Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Councilmember Dominguez.
Aye.
Councilmember Chua.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Montano.
Aye.
And myself as an aye, the resolution has been adopted and approved. This concludes the proceedings of annexation number 21 to Community Facilities District number 2008-1 Public Services. Okay, great. Did I get it right, Wendy? Is that it?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'll mark that one off. I'm not that good, that's where Wendy's expertise is really showing here. I better work on that part. I'm lacking. Okay. Okay, great. That's all the public hearings for tonight. I would say that's the most public hearings that I've seen on one agenda, which is okay. Timing isn't always the best, and sometimes we have to accomplish things as it comes. And so great job, everybody, for those public hearings, including our public. But we're not done yet. We have another item. Let's move on to item number 28. Under Community Services and Sustainable Infrastructure, let's receive a presentation on the draft Parks and Recreation Master Plan and provide direction to staff. And we have a couple of our city staff leaders here. We have our director from the Recreation and Community Services, Renee Lorenzen, Milpitas' very own. And we also have from our engineering department, our director, Mr. Erickson. I'm gonna go ladies first here. Renee.
Evening, Mayor and City Council. We're very excited to be here tonight. I am going to hand this over to Steve Erickson, our Director of Engineering, as his staff has been very helpful and wonderful project managers. So, Steve.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. So we have a presentation, if we could bring that up. I'll start off and then we'll hand it over to Linda Gates of Gates and Associates, who is the architect working on this project for the city. So next slide, please. So this is the agenda for tonight's presentation. We'll pause for a second. Next slide, please. So the City Parks and Recreation, or I should say the city has been operating under a Parks and Recreation Master Plan that was adopted back in 2009. And due to its age and a lot of the changes in the city, it's recommended that it's time to now update the plan. And in November of 2019, Gates and Associates was selected to provide a comprehensive update to the master plan, including looking at recreation and community service programs, various services, and a cost recovery policy. Note the cost recovery policy was brought to you in March, and the council approved the recreation fees and cost recovery policy for that program, or part of the program. And on May 3rd, 2021, the Parks and Recreation Commission recommended the document be presented, the draft master plan document be presented to the City Council for adoption. Next slide, please. So the master plan update will include assessment of park conditions, recommendations for improvements and repairs, including estimated costs. It'll include goals for our city parks and recreation programs. It'll look at program service assessment and cost recovery. And it'll have a 5-year and 20-year implementation strategy for repairs, improvements, maintenance, and potential funding sources for our park system. Next slide, please. So at this point, I'm going to hand the presentation over to Linda Gates.
Thank you very much, Steve. I am so happy to be here. This master plan has been a long time coming, and your staff has done such an amazing job to bring this 600-page document to you. So I'm just it's been a pleasure working with them. As you know, community engagement is the foundation of any successful park and recreation master plan. And this has been an interesting year. We were able to start off with some in-person events, but then we're able to, your Milpitas community, I can't believe it, adapted to a virtual outreach process so well. It was amazing. We were able to conduct 2 online surveys, 2 town hall meetings, 4 focus group meetings. We were able to get to all your commissions and get various presentations from them, meet with your very important school district partners on a couple of crucial things. And one of the things unique to this master plan was actually to be able to coordinate with other planning efforts that were simultaneously going on, the metro plan, the general plan, and the bike and pedestrian plan. So really had a wonderful experience engaging with their community. Next slide. And I think that is, once again, to credit your staff on their ability to get the word out and help the Milpitas community transition to this virtual world. And they thought of every avenue and every way to reach out to people. We translated all the materials into 4 languages. We had over 1,500 responses, which is incredible. And going through that process, we noticed some kind of interesting trends that were coming up, sort of the idea of a prioritization of access and inclusivity for all. I think we all had a much more heightened awareness of the need to provide that. And certainly the Milpitas community felt that prominently. A lot of evolving recreation needs like pickleball and cricket came up, and then creating teen-friendly park system. And those led us to doing some of the focus groups we did to sort of talk to new residents that were moving in maybe in higher density areas, speaking directly to teen groups and directly to groups with some of the special needs to find out specifically some of their requirements. So that process is sort of the foundation of some of the recommendations we're coming forward with you tonight. Next slide. So we did a lot to find out what people wanted and needed. At the same time, we had to go out and figure out what you have. So we visited all 36 of the parks and developed an assessment. And of those 36 parks, we have 24 that are in good to fair condition. And there's a detailed analysis of every park in the Park and Recreation Master Plan. You also have 12 that are in poor to critical condition. And so this is sort of interesting because you really have right now about $8 million in repairs just to maintain your basic infrastructure. That's not to add more amenities. That's not to accommodate future growth. That's just to sort of protect what you have and be able to use it. In order to meet sort of the evolving recreation needs to grow your park system, you have $81 million worth of improvements that have been identified. Next slide. So to get a sense of this, when we talk about the $8 million in repairs, you have some these are just samples, where benches need to be replaced in kind, where you have tripping hazard in pavements. This is just basic stuff that you want to maintain the quality of your system. Next slide. You have some playground equipment and surfacing that has to be addressed. So these are items that really, to maintain your quality, the community the parks system should be addressing. Next slide. So how does this work out? So in order to just maintain your basic infrastructure, replace in-kind furnishings that are in poor condition, address sidewalk hazards, some deferred landscape maintenance, restrooms that really need repair and vandalism, you have about $8 million of just basic improvements, which means you probably would need to have a budget of 2.1 million just to undertake that. As I mentioned before, this doesn't provide you with the kinds of things that your community is wanting and needing as their parks. One is they grow and as your community changes. So the idea is most parks, when we approach them, we really want to kind of relook at how the park is being used and redesigned. And your document includes recommendations for each park of the kinds of uses people would like to see have happen and the improvements they'd like to see made, as well as some of just sort of basic kind of ADA inclusivity pieces that people would like to see. And then other kind of, as I mentioned, sort of park elements that have risen up as desired in your community. So that has a price tag of $81 million. And we would imagine in a perfect world, you'd be implementing that over the next 20 years. And your your master plan shows sort of a strategy for how you would systematically do that if funding was available. Next slide. So just to give you an example of sort of the basic, you know, 8 million versus the $80 million, someplace like Sandalwood Park, you have $90,000 of critical improvements that need to happen. Some basic landscape maintenance items, drinking fountains that don't work, benches and picnic tables that need to be replaced. However, you also have a plan in place that was developed working with the community about the kinds of things they'd really like to see happen at Saddlewood Park, sort of new pathways, new restroom facilities, playgrounds, and other kinds of amenities that really bespeak of the quality and the needs of your community. So that's sort of the delta there. That's the 80 million versus the 8 million, just to understand that difference. Another example, next slide, is at Senate Park. So once again, you have site furnishings in very poor condition. You know, the swing sets sort of falling apart. Your restrooms are in terrible condition. And some of the things that the community has expressed interest in potentially seeing here, that you would require a master planning process in this park to get into the detailed design, but new playground equipment, pickleball fitness stations, new community gardens, basic kind of things that would bring this park into parity with many of the other parks you have in your system. And this has come up again and again through the outreach process, the desire to improve this park as well as many other parks. Next slide. So as we go through this, I mean, once again, this is a huge document with, 600 pages. We thought we might break it down and sort of talk about some of the overarching goals against which the whole park and recreation system will be measured, as well as sort of the specific projects and stuff. So there are actually 8 sort of overarching goals. And I just thought I'd just walk through that a little bit. So the first one is strategically grow and evolve the parks and programs to provide a comprehensive recreation opportunities and amenities to meet the diverse needs of the existing and future residents. You are growing, your community demographics is changing, you're aging, you have new young families. Your existing park system has to change if you want to continue to offer the kinds of services that you have to date. So some of the implementing recommendations under this would be acquiring new parkland, working with new development as it comes in to create oftentimes privately built and maintained park areas that still have public access. Things like adding Wi-Fi into the park system. Those are kind of recommendations that come out of this goal. The second one is to create an inclusive park system with recreation programs and events that meet the needs of all the residents, especially your most vulnerable and underserved members of the community. So some implementing recommendations from that might be, principles of inclusive design, sort of providing all abilities access in all of the parks within your community. Offering scholarships and on key programs at accessible rates so that people have access to your programs as well who may not be able to afford them. Offering a diverse selection of events that reflects the sort of cultural diversity of your community. And welcoming teens into parks. These were all kind of recommendations that come out of this overarching goal that the community provided to us. For the third goal was to enhance equitable access to park and recreation system for all Milpitas residents. So this has to do with, one, making sure that a park is conveniently located so people can easily access it. Striving for parity in the park system across the 4 quadrants of the city, so people don't have to travel all the way across the city to go to a dog park or maybe participate in a special recreation activity. It has also looks at improving segments of the trail system so they actually even start to become linear parks themselves, so people have access from all parts of the community, have access to recreation. So goal number 4 was provide community health and wellness by providing places that support social interaction, connections to nature, and physical fitness. So that some of that's as simple as making sure your parks have shade structures and windbreaks and other kinds of elements. One of the things that I thought was interesting in the teen groups is many of them mentioned that when they use the parks most is in the summer when they're not in school. And if they don't have shade structures, then they're not using the parks. So we want to increase that year-round fitness. We also want to make sure that we engage a range of fitness levels. And another thing that was interesting in the focus groups, and I think this even was more accelerated in the COVID, is a lot of times people are using the parks to meet their neighbors, particularly as new residents arrive in your community. So providing sort of opportunities for all kinds of social interaction. And then of course, to reflect the evolving recreation trends of the community. Next slide. So we want to reflect the diversity of the Milpitas community. And some of the ways that we do that is maybe each park has a unique theme that reflects the specific interest and culture of that neighborhood in which it's being constructed. A lot of interest in putting more art into the parks and creating outdoor performance spaces, you know, for a range of activities. So really supporting that cultural diversity. This came up many times in the community outreach. We really need to continue to maintain and expand our partnerships. Obviously, the school district has been a huge partner to date. There are many local organizations, nonprofits whose missions contribute to the programs and social services that your recreation department's able to offer. And really, the recreation department has been closely collaborating with them through COVID, and so to continue those kind of relations. And finally, explore opportunities to work with, you know, adjacent cities and the county on sort of connections and park opportunities. I happen to know that the county is going to be looking at updating their master plan for Edward Levin Park in 2023. So obviously you'll want to participate in that kind of process. We want to use advanced management stewardship to create an environmentally resilient park system. So this, of course, is using sustainable best management practice, you know, reducing water, using smart technology, also encouraging stewardship of your park system. There's a lot of interest in sort of the natural open space areas within your park system. And really investing in higher quality materials to reduce the long-term maintenance of your park system. That really thinking smart, because you're creating an enduring park system. And then really one of the goals is an implementation strategy is we need to use a diverse palette of funding resources to support park and recreation needs. I mean, as I mentioned before, your community, the desires, it's a pretty big price tag, but it's also an important price tag. So we need to look at, you know, how we're using park impact fees, cost recovery goals. As part of this master plan, we looked at cost recovery goals for recreation programs and sort of beginning to implement those. Looking at some alternative funding sources, and once again, hanging on and doing those partnerships where we can really pool pool public funding sources together to deliver the best park system. And then continue really to operate your amazing park and recreation programs and services, which I'll get into a little bit later in this presentation about some of those recommendations. Steve, do you want me to continue with the presentation? Or do you want me to pause to discuss things along the way?
No, I'd continue.
Okay, all right, okay. So as I said, we're going to, next slide then. So we talk a lot about parks, but parks is only one piece of the story in terms of your park and recreation system. You offer an amazing breadth of recreation programs, and your staff pivoted on a dime to convert many of your events and programs to online platforms and continue to serve the community. And also one of the places they really step up and maybe is underappreciated is their role in social services, where they kind of connected the resources really to protect the sort of your most vulnerable population during sort of this COVID crisis. So it's not just about parks, but it's about this whole kind of human level of services that their park and recreation department provides. Next slide. So as part of the recreation and master plan process, the park and recreation master plan process, we benchmarked what kind of recreation programs were being offered in other communities and what some of the fees that were being charged to really have an understanding of where Milpitas was. And as you know, there was a cost recovery policy that was brought forward to you a few months ago regarding that, based on some of that benchmarking. It also suggested some of the areas where we should continue to offer programs. And right now, many of these are online, but they're coming back into in-person programs as the opportunities present, and to be really adaptive. And those sort of were in areas of adult fitness, adult enrichment classes, youth enrichment, teen sports, and senior enrichment. So it's your community is blessed to have such a comprehensive recreation program, and we need to continue to provide that. It's a very important part of the Milpitas community's self-image. Next slide. And people love your events, and your department has done a good job of creating a variety of events historically, you know, family-focused events, health and wellness events, sort of events that support local business, the big, huge 4th of July celebration, your holiday events and performances. And once again, in addition to sort of adapting the programs to online, we're having the drive-by pumpkin handout and such like that. But the community is eager to have some of these events come back. And in fact, people are eager to even activate their parks more with events, you know, yoga in the park and things like that at various parks. This is sort of part of the desire to it's experience over acreage, you know, really getting the most out of your park system rather than just adding more and more acres, really getting the most out of your park system. And it's critical to have sort of those community events and programs that activate the park is part of how you get the most out of your park system. Next slide. And then I just wanted to chat a little bit about community service, because I don't know if a lot of people recognize that really critical role the recreation department provides in that. You know, they serve, you know, all residents, special populations, at-risk populations, all abilities, all income levels. English is a second language. Really trying to nurture programs for teens and seniors, maybe to participate together. Some of the suggestions were expanding the hours for the teen center, creating collaborations with the police and fire departments, so to build trust within special populations. I mean, you can see they're really on top of the needs that we have right now, and really trying to sort of be the glue that keeps your community healthy. And they will strive to continue to do this, and it's a really important role that your recreation department provides. Next slide. So how are we going to fund your park improvements? There are currently, you have some non-restricted funding sources, the park fund and the general fund, that are typically used to underwrite the $8 million and also the $80 million. You have special restricted funding sources that really need to be associated with improvements done in Midtown or in the Milpitas metro planning area. And right now, your current funding level is not even adequate to address sort of the basic park maintenance and repairs. You know, when we're looking at sort of that you have, you know, $8 million worth of basic infrastructure repairs, and we can only put $36,000 towards it last year, you can imagine that we're a little bit behind the 8 ball and we need to do a little bit of catch up. And one of the things the master plan is recommending that we create some additional funding sources for the park so you can move forward with confidence, knowing that you'll continue to have an amazing park system that's so important to your community.
I hear you. Let me pause there for a moment there, Linda.
Yeah.
Great presentation. Happy to see you this evening. How do you
Hi.
see it? I know I'm here. I am here. I didn't get a chance to say hi earlier, but great seeing you and having you here in the city of Milpitas. And did you see a virtual raised hand? I want to acknowledge Councilman Fenn.
Thank you. It kind of causes me a bit of concern that we lack the funding for, you know, basic and necessary repairs. You know, in terms of identifying a future or a new funding source, would the federal ARPA funds, would that be an appropriate use under the making up of lost revenues category?
Walter Rossman, Deputy City Manager. Yes, correct, Council Member. The ARPA funds could be used for that purpose. As you may recall, in the initial plan, the preliminary one, which we presented to the council, the assistant manager, Ashwini Kantar, presented to you last week, we allocated about $3.4 million, I believe.
We've already allocated it.
We presented it, the council's not yet made a decision.
Okay, well, I think it's pretty clear that there's a need to fund it. It's not really a matter of yes or no, but where the funding is from. So in that case, I fully intend to support funding these resources and repairs when we move forward with the ARPA discussion, and I encourage my colleagues to consider to do so as well.
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Council Member Fan, for your input. And let's keep it going. Linda, please.
Yes. Okay. So the next slide, because we're not just leaving you here to say you need to give us more money. We want to talk to you. Well, how can you do that? So we did a rough just research on sort of how your park and lieu fees may be compared to some of the adjacent communities and such. So one of the things we may want to look at is that, you know, you can see where Milpitas sits and only Campbell has a lower sort of park and lieu fee. We did a quick test on a proposed project and saw how different fees, how different communities would have calculated, and there's some room to grow in that area. Next slide. So what we want, so key recommendations of this master plan, just sort of to repeat some of the things are, so we need to explore new funding sources, which we'll get into a little bit more further. We need to routinely rebuild and replace existing facilities. It can't be something where we wait till we're in crisis, constantly just kind of repairing infrastructure. We want to get ahead of it and kind of be smart. We want to continue to provide programming and community events, which, you know, what we want to be able to continue what we had before COVID and even more and get it better. We want to make sure they're all connected so people have equal access to our park system. We want to work collaboratively with the school districts and adjacent cities, the county and such, to really look at all the opportunities to sort of pool resources and make it even a greater network. And then once again, be working with private development as it comes in to find strategies to get parks built and maybe even maintained, but publicly accessible. So be really smart about how we can stretch our dollars. So there's some of the key recommendations we have for moving forward with a 600-page document. And I'm going to get a little bit further into some of the financial mechanisms. So next slide. Oh, I did want to talk to you because this has come up a little bit about one of the things within the park plan. So we have, you know, $80 million worth of park projects, and how do we, which ones do we tackle first? So the plan sort of lays out like sort of a system for which ones should get tackled first, but recognizing that each year the CIP budget will sort of be adjusted, and the things that will influence how far you can get is, you know, the funding source availability. What funding sources do we have? How much money do we have? Where is it coming from? Certainly as critical kind of health safety things emerge in a park, emerging repairs, that will move it up. We've already talked about equity among neighborhoods, making sure there's parity. So all parts of the community are sort of have equal access to great facilities. Looking at utilizations of your parks. Some parks are not at their capacity because we have the land, but maybe they're being underutilized, and other parks are more popular. So maybe we need to add some events and improve some parks to really, you guys have a shortage of parkland basically. So we want to make sure that every park is achieving the most it can. Operating cost. I mean, there's a continuing cost to maintain this. Sometimes we can make improvements that actually reduce operating costs. Once in a while, you get sort of these, you know, time limited opportunities, like a special time, like either there's a grant or you just, you know, voting to acquire a piece of property or something. So that may move something up. And then clearly partnership opportunities. If the school district is doing something, you need to be able to respond to it, or You know, maybe you have to relocate some softball fields, and that's a sort of time limited, maybe it's not an opportunity, but a need, you know, so sometimes things will change in urgency. So we've set up a system for, not only have we kind of created a list of projects, but a system for prioritizing them over the next 10 years as you evolve. So once we get our funding, we can systematically move through that. Next slide. So these are from recommendations for how do we get this funding to happen. So the first one is maybe we really need to look at some of our development fees. We're on, you know, as I said, some online research and stuff, it feels like you're low. We did a sort of an assessment of that. Some other communities are also having fees, development fees on commercial industrial projects going to the park system, because often you have people that are either working there or they're shopping there, taking advantage of your park system. We may want to explore the nexus to broaden the use of some of the impact fees. So like right now, if you collect impact fees in the metro area, it has to use for parks in the metro area. But in fact, you have a lot of people moving into the metro area in the future, and you don't have enough parkland to meet all their recreation needs. So they're going to flow over to the rest of the city, particularly for community facilities. So really look at broadening the ability to use those fees collected in those areas for improvements throughout the city. We may want to look at some kind of, you know, bond funding or a special assessments to secure a sort of more steady stream of funding for your park system and undertake some of the bigger projects that we want to undertake. You also have some current tax measures that maybe a percentage of those could be given over to parks, dedicated to parks, that we're going to put a certain percent to it. So there's some things that you could be looking at, and part of the master plan is sort of suggesting that you direct staff to really explore some of these in greater depth, so you have a predictable stream of funding and can move forward with some confidence. Like we developed some master plans for individual parks, and yet they're sitting on a shelf because you don't have the money to implement them. So it's the idea that you can work with the community to decide what they need, and then you can actually deliver it. It just doesn't sit on the shelf. Next slide. So, and then,
Linda?
Yes.
When you say broaden the use of impact fees,
yes,
are you referring to increasing it, or what do you mean?
Well, they're two separate things. So you may be wanting to look at increasing them, but right now, even if you increase them, the money can only be used on parks within those specific plan areas. And so what I'm saying is, in the specific plan areas, you know, you are supposed to deliver 3 acres of parkland per 1,000. Outside of specific areas, a target of 5 acres per 1,000. But the way some of the specific plans areas are currently even developing, they can't even get the 3 acres per 1,000 of people there. And so then they're, you know, contributing park in lieu fees, but those park in lieu fees can't be used outside of that specific plan area. So broadening the area where they can be used, because the people in those areas are going to go outside of the specific plan areas to meet recreation. So not only would you increase the fee, but you have to increase the geographic area to where those fees where that money can be spent.
Okay,
so
that makes
it's
a
like
lot
a
of sense.
two thing. It's a two-pronged thing. Yeah, but I'm really glad you're asking these questions because this is what we need to do. I mean, I think your staff has created a great plan, and if you don't give them some money, they are going to be stuck. And the same thing is, you know, options to increase the program service level based on community interests and stabilizing the funding also for your recreation programs. And we did, you know, a policy was approved by the council to look at cost recovery, like a 40% cost recovery phased in for both direct and indirect costs. And that's an average, because some things you may be able to get a higher cost recovery on programs that allows you to underwrite other desirable programs that you can't get as high a cost recovery. But, you know, and they're looking at ways to like get more interest in programs by continuing to offer online virtual classes. Those became very popular. So even keeping a lot of those, even as we move into a more in-person world, do more evening and weekend offerings. We've heard that people want to see that. adjusting really quickly to evolving trends, like not hanging on to a program for too long when we're not getting that much attendance. And then they'll be coming back to request funding of defunding positions and non-personnel expenditures as the demand for ensign programs increases. So in addition to sort of the $80 million, we also have to fund sort of the operations of our recreation programs and events. The $80 million is about physical improvements to your park system, but you also have to, have that special quality that activates them in this, that human quality. That's what really makes your Milpitas park system special. So I want to make sure that people understand that it's not just the 80 million, but you've got to operate programs and recreational services out of those facilities. Next slide. So I think what we're looking for you is maybe input on if you want to discuss the goals, our prioritization criteria, your funding options, and the recreation program options. And we're here to listen to you and help you to maintain the quality Milpitas park system that your community expects you to give them. And I think, do we have a last slide? Oh, next steps. Okay, next slide. Unless we want to do this discussion right now. Here, let me do the last slide.
Yeah, keep it going. Keep it going.
Okay, keep going. Okay, so this is for you guys if you want to discuss the goals, and then we can discuss our prioritization criteria, the funding sources, and then I'll go back through each one of these, and then finally I'm going to go all the way to next steps because we can come back to these discussion. So we're going to take any input we receive from you tonight, incorporate it into the draft document. We already have the CEQA document, wrapping up and such like that, so we can hopefully be coming back to adopt the final document this fall. So, I mean, everybody's ready to go. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to you, and maybe we can walk through some of those questions if you'd like to about goals and such.
Thank you.
Linda, if I may, let's back up to the first question of the presentation, which I think is slide 25.
That sounds good. Thank you.
So presentation slide 25, please.
Yes.
'25.
Okay.
All right. So the first question is for the council is do you support the park and recreation program goals presented? And then the next slide, please, will show those goals. So here's one of two slides. Linda, if you carry on.
Okay. So does are there any questions on these goals or anything people would like to add to these goals?
No, it's great. Thank you so much for the presentation. And now it's time for the council to engage and provide input and feedback. But I do want to take a moment to say what a great presentation. I actually want to take a moment here to go to public comment so that we can get the public comments and then bring it back to the council at this point here as recommended by Mr. Erickson, if that's okay. I just want to get the public comment out the way. It helps out. That way we can I think in this case it'd be great. And so we do have attendees here for this agenda item. A great community member and friend of mine, Abrar Ahmad. I know you're here and you're attending. I'm not sure if you want to provide public comment or not, but next up, Walter Montemayor. Okay, here we go.
Yeah, it's a great presentation. So yeah, I'm in favor of all the developments and details. So thank you, the presenter, and all. Thank you.
Here it is. Positive vibes. Here we go. All right, this is the time for public comment. If we're going to provide public comment tonight, now would be the time. Now would be the time if folks want to provide a minute of comment, or else this is it. This is it. So I want to put that sort of warning there, I guess. If you were here for public comment, now would be the time for this agenda item. If not, going once, going twice, I see no further public comment. Thank you very much. We'll go back to with that point where we're at with the questions slide. And tonight we're talking about the draft. It's really great to see the draft, and this is a very important step in the process. And I know that it is really a delight to take part in a new plan. I think we may have folks here that were a part of the last plan, so that's pretty neat too. Was this a slide or was it the previous one?
So the previous slide is like,
okay.
The thinking was you might want to, as a way to just frame the discussion, you might want to provide feedback on the program goals,
Yeah.
prioritization and such like that. It just might, it's a way to
I hear you.
under-
If we can go back to that slide right there. Yeah, I'm going to be, for me, very brief. I'm not going to go line item and provide feedback for every single one. That's just me. Anybody else is more than welcome to go line by line if they want. I just thought the whole draft presented tonight was very comprehensive, and it touched on so many points with our Parks and Recreation kind of status here in Milpitas. Linda, I really, you caught my ear with our diversity and meeting the needs of our ever-changing community, which is rooted in the family. It is important for us to really not even acknowledge, but to more understand our community. And I think you displayed that through your work here, which is being presented to us tonight. I have faith in this plan so much. I think the only area is the third bullet point for me is the funding options. I know there may be cities south of here that are unable to even address their parks, and some of their parks in other cities are just not even open. They had to put fences around it because it was a danger, it was a hazard, as it is a huge concern as presented tonight, possible concerns. And so I think the only way we're going to get it done here in Milpitas is with the funding. And I think for the discussion tonight, I just want to continue to encourage my colleagues, past, present, and future, to support business. Cities that have money get nice things. We can only tax so much. And we're not looking to tax too much, but really the revenue sources are so key, and where I think cities like our size and other cities as well, but I'll use Milpitas, we need to continue to support business so that we can get the revenues. And I think that's really the main funding option for us to really make an impact in the short-term period. I've seen our city budget reach record levels up until COVID, and now, we kind of hit this challenging period. But I know we're going to come back even stronger than ever because I believe in the future here in our local economy. I think the city council's done a tremendous job supporting business. You look at our hotels room total inventory in the whole city. When I first came in, I think we had so many hotels in the pipeline. Some of them are online, some of them will be online. You look at the numbers, our city hotel room inventory in its entirety up 40%, or will be up 40% to what it was 10 years ago. That's going to bring in so much money so that we can fund things like our parks. Over at McCarthy Ranch, we supported in one form or another 500,000 square feet of industrial on McCarthy Creek side. We added some commercial up on the north end of McCarthy near the Dixon Landing area. And I know with other areas, we're just welcoming in new business. And obviously we talked about the Milpitas Metro last night. So it's just pretty simple to me because I've seen the money grow in this town in my years here, coming out the last recession over 10 years ago. So that's still really the way to do it when there's money to be spent and we can throw it at appropriately the areas that need help. I'm really happy to see things like and it's not a general park, but things like the skate park, things like the snack shack, having 2 sets of restrooms, that's huge. And that got done really quick. It's because we had the money. And so I just want to encourage our city, for as long as I live here, forever, to continue to support business, high revenue sources. And when we can garner millions and millions and tens of millions of dollars on an annual basis, then we can pay for things. It's really that simple. Pay for needs, debt, infrastructure, parks. And so that's really all I have to say tonight. On my part, I want to go to my colleagues next, but everything else I'm really fine with. And so next up we have Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor Tran. I don't have a problem with goals. That's kind of like general standard for parks, I guess. I'm concerned about I would like to do number 2, review park improvement prioritization. Can somebody expound on this one? Can you guys go over this briefly in less than a minute?
Sure. So we have a list of $80 million worth of improvements that we'd like to make to the park system. And as we, and there's sort of a prioritization based on sort of, the existing condition, the community need and such. And then every year, depending on how much funding we have available, and sometimes that funding is linked to certain areas. So that's one of the criteria that maybe causes something to happen.
Okay, let me stop you right there.
Okay.
What I would like to know is specific criteria. We have 13 parks that are unfunded that need work.
Right.
How do you prioritize those 13 unfunded parks if there are funds coming in? How do you say this is number 1, this is number 2, number 13?
Okay.
Because I need to know.
So we create sort of a matrix, and we sort of look at them all, and the ones that are in the worst condition. So it says, like, you look at a bunch of different criteria and certain ones begin to merge up. So first of all, you look at the existing conditions. Some of them are in really, really bad condition and they're not even able to be used that much. So that raises it in priority. Some of them may be in an area where they're don't have access to other parks easily. So that raises them up in sort of importance. Some of them are parks that are just not being used that much because there's nothing to do there, like the utilization of park. So so you kind of like look at all these different priorities, sort of there's a matrix that's in the document that you kind of look at all these different things, and ones begin to merge and just have more points associated with them than others, just because they check more of the boxes. It just seems like the equitable way to do it, because you don't want to pit one park against another. What you want to do is see how much community benefit you get in improving one park versus another park and such. But ideally, yeah, I think that if you only have the $8 million, you're just going to address health and safety issues, where something is like, we might have to close the playground because it's unsafe. So those rise to the higher level, right? Something where we're loss of use. So those rise to a higher level versus something where the playground's a little outdated and boring, but it's safe. So we use that kind of criteria to create that sort of matrix. And over time, the matrix, that's why every year you have to kind of adapt, because sometimes something will have happened in the meantime that may be a higher urgency for one versus another.
In that sense, thank you. Thank you for that explanation. In that sense, I would like to see part of this the next time this is presented to us. I would like to see those 13 unfunded parks, because I know at least one of them is not operational because it's not safe. So I want to see that matrix you're talking about.
Okay.
And then do the matrix and apply it to those 13 unfunded parks. and present it to us, please.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Tran.
You're welcome, Councilmember Chua. Okay, great. All right. This is the draft evening, and more information will be coming back. I do see our Deputy City Manager, Walter.
So what would be helpful, Councilmember Chua, we want to make sure the criteria you see in front of you today are the ones we should be utilizing. So if you, from your perspective, think we're missing one of certain criteria, that feedback would be really helpful.
Pardon?
So if any of the, if you
something, Walter?
Yeah, if you think any of the criteria, there's a criteria on which you think is missing on the slide here, getting a feedback from you tonight would be really helpful.
I think one of the criteria I was thinking about is how long they've been on the unfunded list. Because residents tell me that there is this certain park that has been on the unfunded list for many years and still unfunded. And I've been to the park and it's not safe, it's not being used, and it's still unfunded. So I need to know why.
So that's helpful, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, and we'll get that information. Bring it back. I hear your voice, Councilmember Chua, and
thank you.
It's the voice of the people. Yeah, you know, I love it, and I know our city assesses each park and the infrastructure on that park to see the level of risk, and you know, we adjust to that. But also, we have other opportunities when we do our CIP. Approval, CIP budget approval meeting. That's another night or space or time that we all each individually can advocate for certain projects on the CIP. And so I'm excited. Yeah, let me know. Let's meet up this week. I get some coffee or some grub, and I want to hear more about this park. Thank you. All right, next up, Montana.
Who did you call, Mayor? You got cut off.
Huh?
Cut off.
Did I?
Cut off. Yeah.
Oh, geez.
Did you call me?
I did. Your virtual hands up.
Right. Yeah, I did, but I didn't hear you.
Okay.
Yeah. So can you put the list back up on the park improvement prioritization, please? Linda, thank you. Okay. So you mentioned about certain we need 8 million to sustain those parks that need just basic improvements. And for me, health and safety is the number one. And what I do like is that you mentioned about equity among the neighborhoods. Our demographics are changing, so the needs are changing. You know, for example, cricket, and we have a lot of soccer. We have a lot of team sports, so those are priorities. So, and then you also mentioned about funding. So I know we just passed the Measure F, and it's a general tax that can be used for anything, really. So I'm not sure if that will be a source for funding, or if we should go for a park bond fund. I'm not sure if the people are ready for that. This is the time to just throw ideas, and those are the ideas I'm throwing out. But I really feel that our parks are really important. It's just like a sanctuary for the community where they can be in tune with nature and, you know, run and get exercise and just be with families. So they're really, really important. I'm also, you mentioned about partnership potential. Are you talking about the school district with doing joint partnerships, or is it some other kind of partnership?
Well, I mean, the school district is obviously one of our big partners, but we are partners with the county, with the dog park on county property. Also, the recreation department has some partnerships with nonprofits and things about operating programs and such. So
I see. Yeah.
So just being
multiple
opportunistic about partnerships, you know what I mean?
Right.
She knows about the dog park.
Yeah.
That's a partnership.
Yeah, we have them with the county up at Levin Park, or Sandy Wool Lake, actually. Yeah. So yeah, I do like you you mentioned about even having a stage area in some parks, and I really do like that. But yeah, we do need to come up with some funding. That's really the bottom line. All these are important, but I think that's the discussion we need to have. How are we going to fund these parks? Because they are important. So I'll end with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. Always adding joy to the discussion. Next up, we have Councilmember Fan.
I want to note, I concur with what a lot of my colleague, Councilmember Chua, mentioned earlier in regards to the priorities. When you come back, though, I would just, I guess, make a note of the timeline, because we keep talking about the funding source. We have a funding opportunity in front of us, and it is, I guess, somewhat time sensitive. Yeah, I think it would be a missed opportunity for us to not consider using the remaining ARPA funds. Doesn't have to be for all of it, obviously, but at the very least, when we review that list, if you bring that list back to us next week when we consider the ARPA allocations, then we would have that ability to, at the very least, fund the most pressing need. So that would be my ask for the most pressing priorities to come before us for consideration, because the money's there. Well, that's one source.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Fan. Certainly something to explore. Okay, next up we have Councilmember Dominguez.
Thank you very much, Mayor. When looking at the list, there was two things that I would like to have considered as staff move forward. So if you could, do you mind bringing that list back just so it could freshen my memory a little? Okay, so I definitely love the presentation. Thank you so much. I know that it's been a long time coming. So I definitely echo the sentiments of Councilmember Chua as well as Fan in terms of that list. And I would like to see a date of the last time that something was either placed into the park. When that list comes in, I think that's going to really help us. And I echo, we could use the ARPA funds to help support especially some of these parks that I also get concerns from our community about pretty often. And it seems like it's the same park. So I really appreciate bullet number 3, which is ensuring that there's equity among the parks. One of the things that I did not see on here that I would like to have into consideration is agriculture. How are we in either helping implement an ag, so if there's either community gardens, if there is an opportunity to revitalize a park, and how are we doing that with the pop-up mentality? It's really inexpensive, and I know that there's a lot of cities moving in that direction to ensure that we are providing a way for our community to either get, again, it goes into that health and safety component, providing fresh fruits and vegetables. Also the sustainability of landscape. And what I mean by that is, how are we helping keep our pollinator populations by either providing sustainable landscape that's going to help our environment with either, again, native plants, things like that. I would like to see them in the park plans somewhere, because I think those, actually, I've gotten a bunch of calls this week in regards to community gardens and gardens that help our pollinators, and that's really important. And so I would like to see some sort of incorporation into that, because I do believe that goes along with equity in terms of making sure that the parks are being maintained as much as we can at equal levels. And so and really maximizing the potential of each park, because as many of you said, each park has its own potential. And so I think it's really important for us to explore the partnerships to maximize the potential. But I would echo trying to use some of that ARPA funding. So if we could get something back by the time we have that discussion, I think that would be really helpful. So thank you so much again for providing. I know this has been a lot of work, but I definitely appreciate it. And that concludes my comments. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Okay, great. All right. Okay, great. Any further comment? Do you have any further? Okay,
Yeah.
virtual raised hand. I do see the vice mayor.
Oh, thank you. Let me lower it before I forget. Okay.
I always not sure if you forgot or not.
I know, I
you.
hear you.
I'm gonna
So
call you.
I was looking at the PowerPoint that staff gave us on the ARPA funds, and we do in the category of infrastructure, item 14, we have parks rehabilitation, and they have proposed 3,461,800. Well, let's just round it off, 3,500,000, which I feel is substantial. I mean, I guess we can decide if we want more. Actually, that's one of the higher funded ones. But just to refresh the council members that it is substantial, and I'm glad that they have proposed that we have put in that amount. So just wanted to give that information out, throw that out. Thank you.
And Mayor Tran, I just wanted to, good information. Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just wanted to make sure that the council doesn't get into a discussion about ARPA, because that is not on the agenda tonight, but you'll definitely have the opportunity, obviously, next week to get into those details. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you. And I'll look for any further virtual raised hands. They go up, they go down. All right, fantastic. Okay, let's see. Okay, I'll look around the virtual dais. Okay, we have our deputy city manager.
I just want to make sure the council is not disappointed next week. I don't think we'll be able to get the matrix to you by Monday next week, but we'll definitely have it for you in August.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, as long as we're moving along, that's well. And we appreciate you, Walter. I haven't got a chance to thank you. I know you've provided some comments tonight. Great job, Walter. Appreciate you. Yes. Okay. All right. Okay, we received the presentation, and I think we provided some direction, a lot of great ideas from the council on this item. Looking forward to seeing those come back so that we can just continue the discussion and see if some of those ideas will continue to move along for our city of Milpitas. That's great. No further action is needed on item number 28, and we got to hear from every single person. And so great job, Renee. Steve Erickson, and Linda. It's pretty cool. You get to know all our parks. We got some of the best in the whole United States, I think. So.
Well, you definitely have the best team working on them, I'll tell you that.
All right. I know we do. Great. So now it's 10:45-ish, and we've accomplished a lot of items tonight in a short amount of time. And I want to really give a full credit to the council and city staff. It takes amazing leaders to be highly effective and be highly effective as a part of a team. And you all have done that tonight. And I'm just honored and blessed and thankful to be a part of this. This concludes our 22nd regular city council meeting of this fiscal year. And make no mistake, we just went through one of the hardest years in our city's 67-year history. And I think a lot of us made it look easy based on my observations. And it's because there's so much talent and skill from the leadership on the council and on the city staff side. I know we still got a special meeting to take care of next week. But I think everybody should just be very, very proud of themselves for getting things done and making it look somewhat effortless And I really mean that. Some of us have been a part of councils in the past where, I mean, it's 1:30 in the morning. Or, you know, we're trying to work through things and it's challenging. I firmly believe that this is the best city government around, square foot per square foot, population per population, I guess. And so thank you, everybody. It's been incredible. This is the last regular city council meeting, so I do want to say that. On a side note, I want to ask my council, please, I'm trying to fill up the city commissions. If you have any further recommendations for nominations, please send them my way. That being said, I'm going to go ahead and adjourn this meeting. Everybody have a great night, and I'll see you at the special meeting.